money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch, no overdraft fees, no annual fees, and you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them, that's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
My dad Len always says, the minute you get in a rideshare, buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a rideshare accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope we'll never meet you because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Happy Friday, July 25th, hottest day of the week, sunny skies, 97 degrees with all of these different weather alerts and warnings. National Weather Service says extreme heat across the East Coast, including here for us, dangerously hot conditions. Be safe, baby, as it feels today like it's more than 105 degrees with scattered downpours and storms headed our way this evening. Hey, Dawn Stensland here for you. We'll get right to it as President Trump has just been speaking before taking off for his Scotland trip.
Oh, be careful, baby.
What is he doing in Scotland? Well, he has, remember, 2 Scottish golf resorts, and there's an inaugural for a new one. So he'll also be meeting with the UK Prime Minister and with leaders to discuss and, quote, refine a recent U.S.-UK trade deal, which is very important. Other headlines as we are about to get to Trump in Scotland, but I do want to update for you Justice Department's number 2 meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted in prison former girlfriend of financier and convicted sicko pedophile sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Trump, by the way, was asked about this. We'll get to that in just a second. But Maxwell's attorneys telling reporters outside that federal courthouse in Tallahassee, Florida, that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche's interview with his client was, quote, productive. So let's get to all of it. We'll take it from the beginning, a short briefing with President Trump live outside with reporters in the press pool. Listen in.
Can we ask you about the lawsuit to the DOJ? Those young people, they just said too much winning. Too much winning, sir. They know it. And it is a lot of winning. We had the best 6 months ever. We're now heading to Scotland. I'm meeting with the Prime Minister of UK. Some of you are going, I guess, and a lot of you aren't. Are you going? Huh? Well, you got to get moving. That's a good one. That's going to be a good one. So we have great numbers we just announced. I don't have to go over it because you've seen them, but we have great economic numbers. The deal with Japan is amazing. You give us $550 billion, and we have totally open access into Japan. Those numbers are great. I mean, the kids actually just said, very, very cute, actually. I walked up, they said, sir, there's too much winning. They picked up on a little routine, you know. Go ahead.
Mr. President, can I ask you about the DOJ lawsuit that you just filed yesterday against New York City and Mayor Adams? In the lawsuit, they named the PDQ officer that was prosecuted with Scott. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's DOJ going against New York, but we're going against a lot of other places, too. We want to bring safety to our cities, but that's going to be a pretty routine filing. With other cities, too. As you know, we've started numerous lawsuits with other cities. We want to bring safety. We've got to get the criminals out, and we're doing it in record numbers.
Sir,
Yeah, Gaza, they pulled out of Gaza. They pulled out in terms of negotiating. It was too bad. Hamas didn't really want to make a deal. I think they want to die. And it's very, very bad. And it got to be to a point where you're going to have to finish the job. They really, they asked the thing. Don't forget, we got a lot of hostages out. So now we're down to the final hostages. And they know what happens after you get the final hostages. And basically, because of that, they really didn't want to make a deal. I saw that. So they pulled out, and they're going to have to fight, and they're going to have to clean it up. You're going to have to get rid of it.
What are you hoping Todd Blanche gets out of his meetings with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Well, I don't know about the meeting. I know it's taking place, and he's a fantastic man. He's a great attorney, and people should really focus on how well the country's doing, or they should focus on the fact that Barack Hussein Obama led a coup, or they should focus on the fact that Larry Summers from Harvard, that Bill Clinton, who you know very well, and lots of other friends, really close friends of Jeffrey Summers, should be spoken about. Because, you know, Jeffrey Epstein should be spoken about. And they should speak about them, because they don't talk about them. They talk about me. I have nothing to do with the guy.
Are you considering
Easy.
I just want you to hear this next.
Yeah, I'm going to meet with the Prime Minister right now. We're going to be over there in about 6 hours. We're meeting with the Prime Minister tonight. We're going to be talking about the trade deal that we made and maybe even improve it.
Are you considering clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell? Are you considering clemency for Ghislaine
Would you clemency for Ghislaine? He starts to walk away from that.
I think it's terrible, and we'll have them removed immediately. We do remove it. We've got to get the mayor to run this city properly. This city has to be run. You know, I have the right to take it over, and I think it's terrible. Where are they? Where did you see them?
Right outside on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Near the Treasury.
Right across the Treasury. Have you heard about Todd Blanche's interview with Ghislaine Maxwell?
And so let me just pause this really quick, okay? Number one, look at the level of transparency that's happening. So these reporters, the press pool, some of them will be going to Scotland with the president for this big trip, not the Wall Street Journal, because remember, he's suing them. He's very upset with the Murdochs who own that. But in this case, you hear him, he leads with the economy, which is a huge success by all accounts. He was at the Fed yesterday. What are the questions? So one of the questions you can see that he likes when they talk about Trump signing the executive order and talking about sanctuary cities and the safety of our cities, he wants to talk about that one clearly. And then they asked him about peace in the Middle East, Hamas pulling out of the negotiations, unfortunately, to bring forth peace in the Middle East. He likes that question, and he refers to that unfortunately Hamas pulled out. They didn't want a deal. They want to die. and we're down to those final hostages, referencing that that's heavy on his mind. But you hear the questions over and over asking him about DOJ's, about number 2, about Todd, and that was the reference I made earlier as far as Blanche, and as well as what's going on with this, as we speak, another day of interviews with Ghislaine Maxwell, her attorney, and that's what I led with. I told you about that earlier. He doesn't want to really talk about Epstein. You see him physically then as, first of all, he tries to pivot, talks about the economy, talks about the trove of documents, newly released, declassified, and that has to do with that DNI, Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, just a shocking headline this week that they are ignoring the Russiagate lies and who was behind those lies. The media just doesn't want to talk about the story. That's unbelievable to me. I'm sure it's unbelievable to Trump, but they don't want to talk about that. So then you do hear reporters continuing to talk about the sanctuary city back and forth. That's referencing the lawsuit that we've talked about. Okay. So he wants to talk about that one, and he'll talk about the tariff deal and the trip to Scotland. So clearly the strategy right now is that Trump is doing everything to not reference Epstein. He doesn't want us to talk about it because why? Because when Donald J. Trump talks about anything, especially this issue, he knows that he takes the Epstein name and he just elevates it right back to the top story of the day. So he basically substantiates that story and puts it back if he utters anything about it. That's why he's not answering. I just want to make that clear, although he has clearly directed all of these different people and levels of government with that he can control to try to get some kind of transparency to just advance the story and let it go in a different direction. Look, when you have a narrative, I'm just telling you as a veteran of media, when you have this level of a media narrative and you can't shake it. And so there's nobody better at moving the needle and controlling the narrative than Donald J. Trump, in my humble experience over the years. But this is a tough one. He's got to move it. And I'm just telling you, look at all of the things that the stories we've talked about and conversed about this week. He can't move the needle. This is a tough one. We had planned, Dan and I had planned, and we'll move this back because we have to stay to time, because we have Reagan Reese, speaking of somebody who's in that White House, that press pool, a White House correspondent, and she's somebody front and center. So we'll ask Reagan Reese about it. I just want to get real quick to this Kevin Warsh, who's somebody who is a former Federal Reserve official on a governor's board. He's also a Hoover Institute fellow. Somebody, I just want you to hear him. His strategic plan to revamp, if he's chosen by Trump, to then take over once Fed Chair Jerome Powell leaves his 4-year term, which in fact Biden did reinstate him. So, and that was backed by the Senate vote. But so he was Biden's choice to continue on. But listen to we'll have him talk about this. He was on yesterday with Brett Baer. He's a former Federal Reserve official. It looks like he might be tapped by Trump early next year to head the Fed. Listen to how he explains what needs to happen at the Fed.
And now they're keeping rates higher than they need.
You've been talking about a regime change. Yeah. You've been writing about it, talking about it for years. So if you were cutting rates, would it be significant?
Yeah, so I think you're right. Rate cuts are the place to begin. They're not the place to end. Interest rate cuts are a first step to what I've said for a decade is regime change that's necessary at the Federal Reserve. That means regime change in how we're thinking about inflation, how we're conducting policy, how we're communicating. It's also regime change in terms of how we're supervising and regulating banks. Just to give you one little example, the Fed right now is carrying almost a $7 trillion balance sheet, Brett. That's like emergency liquidity for Wall Street. Well, no surprise, Wall Street's doing great. Main Street's not doing as well. So what we can do is shrink the size of the balance sheet in coordination with the Treasury and cut interest rates on Main Street. We'll have a stronger economy as part of a comprehensive reform package at the Fed.
And Kevin Warsh also talks about interest rates. Why Jerome Powell, right before the election, remember, he raised those rates, but what happened? It has to do with the issue of credibility.
You know, The Larry Kudlows, the Charles Paynes, all the folks on Fox Business, they are in this all the time. But there's a lot of people that look at the Fed and it's like a mystery. How do you explain it for the average person sitting on the couch?
Yeah, so I'd say part of the reason it's a mystery is Fed people try to keep a little bit of magic around it, try to keep a little bit of mystique. You know, after all, the Fed is a very special institution. It is not independent of government. Its monetary policy is independent inside of government. But I think I'd put it simply. When the president was there to see the building today, I don't know if they showed it to him, but the Fed has a printing press. And that printing press can provide all the money in the world. It can run it hot or it can run it cold. And that's the instrument that the Fed uses to try to provide lower or higher interest rates, easier or tighter money for Wall Street. But the more important thing in all that stuff that the president might have seen today is Fed credibility.
Here it is.
The leaders of the Fed have to be credible. So when they cut rates, long-term interest rates fall. Let me just give you one example. Last September, about 45 days before the election, Chairman Powell and his colleagues decided to do an emergency rate cut. Then about 40 days later, they cut rates even more. Well, what happened? Long-term interest rates went up. That's a Bronx cheer. That's markets and the business community saying you made a mistake. You need a credible new set of leaders and new policies. So when we cut rates as a first step, interest rates fall, 30-year fixed rate mortgages fall with it.
So the president.
So that was Kevin Warsh. I wanted you to hear that because by all accounts, it's reported he's the next guy to lead the Fed, do the right thing, not make those mistakes, and has credibility. You know who else has credibility? Reagan. We're going to talk to her coming up. Another good Reagan in the new generation. So Reagan Reese, she's ahead. You'll love hearing her backstory as well as beyond the headlines. At Dawn Stensland, thanks for being here. Be right back.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. How's this for a novel idea? Book your next office, bachelor, bachelorette, or private party at Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro, New Jersey. Bob's offers men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30. Book a smaller group, 10 or less during business hours, and have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises. Ladies, call Bob's now and register for their women's shooting event August 10th at 1 p.m. Bob's also offers private and group lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's also hosts shooting events throughout the year for anyone interested in learning about proper firearm ownership. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com, bobslittle.sportshop.com on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Thanks, Caroline. Director Gafford.
I love when I can take you beyond the headlines. You hear the Washington, the White House press pool in D.C., it becomes commonplace. But we found a great reporter who's part of the new generation, I will say, of true journalists in America. This is Reagan Reese, Daily Caller, White House correspondent, and somebody who was also a journalism fellow at Hillsdale. By the way, I follow Hillsdale. So Reagan Reese joining me now. I know you're not going to Scotland, are you? I was hoping you were there with the press pool, but I guess you couldn't call in if you were right now boarding the plane. Reagan Reese, thanks for being here today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, as now, were you with this morning's group at the White House? Can you take us beyond the headlines over the past few days? Because I always try to think, was that right? Was that her? You know, we always, Dan and I, our executive producer, we're always listening for you.
Director Gafford, Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. You laid out that the documents revealed that the Obama administration did not publish a December 2016 presidential daily briefing.
Huge question. Yeah, thank you, Dan. Because that was a big question that you asked that everybody was playing this week. It made international news. Can you take us behind the headlines, beyond the headlines a little bit, that news conference and what the experience was for you as you're asking the question and taking all of that in?
Yeah, I mean, so really, one of the most common questions I get asked is if I get to ask my own questions in the briefing room, is there anyone telling me what to ask? And how I come up with questions for the day and kind of what that process is like. And so I love to pick the brains of all of my colleagues in the newsroom. We even practice. I have someone play Caroline Levitt or Donald Trump before I head in, just so I can kind of game plan what their answers might be, what a follow-up would be. And so today had been that day of that press conference. It was a Wednesday. I had been, in a lot of discussions with my editors about this Russiagate documents that Tulsi Gabbard released, and just how the mainstream media was almost choosing to ignore the story and downplay it. And we really wanted to highlight elements of the story that just show how explosive what Tulsi Gabbard released was. And it really came down to, in the documents, it lays out how the Obama administration had information that demonstrated that Russia did not steal the election. And they had talked about it in a presidential daily briefing and were considering publishing that presidential daily briefing, pretty standard practice, but they chose not to, and they held back on that briefing. And now, at the time, President Trump was the president-elect, and that means he would have been also receiving these briefings, and some of his national security team would have also been receiving these briefings. And so if you read between the lines there, it looks like the Obama administration was hiding information from President Trump. And so there was no question in our minds that we were going to ask that of Caroline Levitt. But what I didn't know was that Director Tulsi Gabbard was going to attend the press briefing. And so that was really a perfect opportunity. And, you talk with White House officials before the briefings. You never reveal to them, what your question is, but you do ask about, what topics they're trying to avoid, because maybe that's a topic you want to press them on. You kind of pick their brains about where they're at ahead of time. And I had absolutely no idea that they were going to bring out Tulsi Gabbard. I don't know if anyone in that room did. And it was there was some gasps when she walked out. There was a little bit of silence really in the room. Everyone was still as she was reading just all of the allegations that their documents show about the Obama administration and surrounding the 2016 election. And I was fortunate enough, I believe I got the third question. Caroline Levitt called on me. And what Tulsi Gabbard told us was that while there isn't a document explicitly stating why they chose not to publish that information, she said, quote, one could assume that it was to hide information from President Trump. And so, you know, I'm in the back of the room, in the briefing room. When I get called on, everyone turns, and you can feel the eyes on you, and it's a ton of pressure. But talking to my colleagues afterwards, I got a lot of, hey, like, that was a good question. I'm glad you asked that. I was wondering the same thing, et cetera. And so it's not as cutthroat maybe as people think it is, but it definitely is intense.
Yeah, and that's my question of as far as the story with Tulsi Gabbard. At one point, and obviously you were right there in person. For those of us who were watching, and I tend to flip around or even have different monitors just to monitor that. And at one point, it was CNN. They took it, which is good. It's news, right? We can all agree it's news. Then the anchor person chose to start talking and move away from it, and in fact states that, well, this is the narrative that they're trying to essentially to discredit this information that they couldn't even know what it is, because to your point, nobody knew that DNI's Tulsi Gabbard was even going to come out, right? And then the release of all of these formerly classified documents, which are now declassified, so they couldn't even know what was inside those documents, but chose to basically say, well, this is the continuation of trying to add credibility to what was released last Friday. And so it's a continuation, and just poo-poo the whole thing. That to me was, first of all, even if somebody's, any government official of any country, but especially the USA, is coming out, Reagan Reese, and they're spewing lies and false information, which they could face charges, it's still news. So whether or not you believe this person or whether or not this is going to be debunked, it's still news. CNN was basically saying it's not news, nothing to see here. To me, that was a moment as somebody, a longtime journalist in this country, cutting my teeth on TV news and working across the country. And Reagan, I don't know that that's ever happened. I don't remember seeing that big of a moment on this big of a story. For you, as somebody who was right there front and center, what was the reaction even afterwards? Is there conversation or chatter afterwards amongst the reporters? And is there a difference? Did anybody think it was a big story, but then later maybe their editors poo-pooed it?
Yeah, well, first I'll say there were two moments that stood out to me about the briefing. People around me were talking about the head of the briefing, how, Washington is consumed with the Epstein story, and that's the big story, and that's what everybody should be following. And, I've done quite a bit of reporting on the Epstein files and how the administration overpromised and underdelivered. But I have, we listen to our audience. And what we've found is our audience is starting to move on from the Epstein files and move on to the Russiagate. And that's absolutely the opposite of what's happening in Washington, D.C. There was a bit of I think a warming up period to the Epstein files. There were only a couple questions about it when the memo first came out from the FBI and the DOJ saying that they ended their investigation. And then as the mainstream media, I think, really realized, this is an opportunity to hit Trump, it started to ramp up right as the American people started to kind of move on. And so I think that was a perfect encapsulation, that moment right there, just showing how out of touch the media is with the American people. But, it was very... it was just tense in the briefing room. It's a full room, but it was very quiet when Tulsi Gabbard was explaining what was in the files. But when Caitlin Collins of CNN asked Tulsi and Caroline Levitt if she was releasing these files to maybe get in the good graces of President Trump or to win his favor back, Caroline and Tulsi both, defended the director in the National Intelligence Community, saying he's always had full confidence in Tulsi, and that's absolutely not what this is about, that this is about giving the American people the truth. And in the back of the room, there were some reporters who were yelling out, "That's not true. That's not true." And you can't hear it on the mics because the mics are more towards the front of the room. But I'm in the back. It's very obvious. Quite a few people were turning their head, looking at this reporter who was screaming, "That's not true. That's not true." Every time Caroline Leavitt said that the president has full confidence in Tulsi Gabbard. And something like that would never happen under the Biden administration. I've never seen anything like that before. And so I think those two moments just speak to, how the media is viewing this story.
Yeah, I love that you point that out because when I say you are part of a new generation of American journalism, I'm sincere in saying that, and I thank God for you. Quite frank, and I don't know if I told you, my youngest son, who just graduated high school, is going into journalism and media reporting. I told you, as you know, because you go on with my husband, Larry Menti, he's at iHeart in New York, and so we sort of cringed that our kid was going into it because it's such a crazy time in journalism and reporting. But on the other hand, reporters like you, as far as the next generation, give us great hope because you're somebody, you call it like it is. You're very balanced and logical. I know also I wanted to get to the fact that you had put out that you had the pleasure of hosting a discussion on the job boom behind American Made yesterday at the Daily Caller live event. And you were there with some, as I always say, biggity bigs. Can you give us a sense of, what you were hosting and what came out of that?
Yeah, so the Daily Caller has been hosting some live events where we're interviewing politicians and really the movers and shakers of Washington, D.C. And so yesterday we hosted Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, Senator Ron Johnson was there, and then just other experts on both manufacturing, tax policy, jobs in America. And so I hosted a panel on the job boom behind American Made, where we really talked about, how do you boost the economy? And it ultimately boils down to manufacturing. And Senator Ron Johnson had was really insightful. He spent 30 years in manufacturing talking about how we really need to be building in America and how that will bring back consumer trust. And Howard Lutnick, first I have to say, Secretary Lutnick is a very engaging speaker. He is a really personable, a really funny guy. I was really impressed with his remarks. And he detailed to us, it was so remarkable, how he locked down this giant Japan trade deal for the United States. It's an investment of $550 billion in the United States, and he's been working on it for 6 months. He said he sat down with Japan and essentially pitched them on this idea that they give $550 billion to the United States to invest in whatever essentially President Trump thinks is important to the country's national security. And it was a really interesting conversation, and that just how he negotiated with Japan and secured this major investment. And so we have recaps of all of this stuff on the Daily Caller website and on our Twitter, and you can watch the event in full somewhere if you want to pay attention to that as well. But it was a really interesting event. We're hoping to host a lot more of these where we can continue to have these discussions and really bring answers directly to the American people.
Yeah, they're great events. And this one of them that the Daily Caller, and you reposted it, talking about Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, and in fact protecting intellectual property, and that's a huge issue, especially with China. And that's something I know you've covered, and the Daily Caller is all over that one. Maybe it's not as sexy a story, I don't know, but I love that you're covering these important details on things like manufacturing boosts the economy, the jobs. And I love your focus on these important issues that affect every single one of us.
Yeah, it really is a topic, and that is important to Americans. They want to know how the economy is being focused on, how these politicians, how these thinkers in Washington, D.C. are focusing on policies that are going to be able to be felt by the American people. They're not just going to continue to tell you, hey, just trust me, bro, like the economy's fine, like we saw under the Biden administration. Yeah, I know your groceries are high, but things are actually doing really well. And so that is like really what I want to get through the American people, because I start to see that a little bit with the Trump administration. Like the economy is getting better, but Americans, I don't think, are quite there in feeling complete confidence or complete trust, or the prices might not be low enough for them. And so being able to communicate too, like what metrics you should be paying attention to, how exactly you're going to feel the impact of manufacturing and American jobs coming back to the country.
Reagan Reese, what's next? As you know, are you on the road following anything with Vice President J.D. Vance? I know that you had, developed a nice rapport with the Vice President. What's next for you?
Right now, I'm working on some election integrity work. I had the opportunity to go to a Republican National Committee election integrity training in Virginia. It's the first one they've ever allowed a member of the press to attend. And so I'm going to have a behind-the-scenes look of what these trainings look like, what the RNC is doing, where they're putting their investments. And I'm not going to get too ahead of my own reporting, but I do think that they're making some bold investments in some unexpected states. And so you can stay tuned for that next week.
Well, that looks great. Actually, coming up at 11, my friend Linda Karns, who's a big election integrity, helped Michael Whatley lead that election integrity push here in Pennsylvania, and I had the honor of being part of at least one of those. So Linda Karns, a great attorney here locally. That was something that we dealt with in Pennsylvania, Reagan, that was critical. So maybe we'll connect you with Linda as well, as far as the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and how that was critical for us here. But these lawyers, I'll tell you, during the previous election, they were by the thousands here in Pennsylvania, just very busy in court across Pennsylvania, trying to just hold that line and fight against those who were pushing against election integrity. So it's a great story.
Definitely. Yeah. It's, it's something that matters 10 to the base, and it's something I've been following for, over a year now, in just making sure that the party is really coming through for the American people on election integrity laws. And they could file all the lawsuits in the world, they could host all the trainings in the world, but if the American people don't know what the party is doing for them, there are going to be implications. And so investigating all of that and staying on it is really my mission.
Well, we'll continue the conversation. Reagan Reese, thank you so much. Make sure you follow her at Reagan Reese. Thanks, Reagan. Really appreciate you and all your great work.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reagan Reese. And I'll ask Linda Karns. That's a nice connection, because it's, she's in Virginia now, other states looking at this and the success that happened here in Pennsylvania, thanks to Linda Karns. So maybe I'll ask Linda to address that one. Man, we have so much to talk about, so much developing and breaking. Got to talk about my guys at Marvin Eans Heating and Air Conditioning. They made sure, and I made sure to get them out to my home, but you got to get them out to assess your AC unit to make sure. If you're not summer ready right now, you're in trouble, because we have record heat going on right now. So give them a call if you need your AC unit service this summer. And by the way, if Marvin Eans, if they realize and if their assessment is that your unit needs to be replaced, I can tell you they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Trane AC unit, Trane. Hard to stop a train, as they say. Visit them, marvineCans.com, KANZE.com, marvineCans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
United Tire, reliability when you need it most.
I was in a bind before leaving for a road trip, and they were able to help me right away. Thank you so much for fixing my tire last minute. Super accommodating staff. Would highly recommend.
And another recent reviewer said,
"First time here and was a very pleasant experience. Clean lobby, professional staff. This is my auto service place now."
Find your auto and tire service center. United Tire. All locations and more at unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, baby. I like Fridays. Do you like Fridays?
It's great.
Right, Dan? Dan's
what a great day.
It is a great day, even though it's hot outside, but we have air conditioning in here. But it is a great Friday because it's, Friday, but also because, as I just said to Dan in the commercial break, Michael and David took the garbage out. Woo! Woo!
Sorry, just blew everyone's speakers out there.
You know how you have those moments where you're just like, okay, I'm good. They took the garbage out. It's just a good day.
That's amazing. The thing is, I love that that's reported to you via text, like it's a big breaking news.
Like, Mom, we took the garbage. Thank you.
Good job, guys. Very proud of you. Yes. Now is the city going to pick it up? Is the other question.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a great question because are they fully back on schedule? So I know with the recycling, they picked it up like Wednesday of this week or something. So the recycling was behind schedule because, we just came off of this strike and the sanitation workers and all of that. So, and then they have to pick it up. I feel badly that they have to pick up and work in the heat, record heat today. So we haven't seen this heat since 2016. Oof.
Tough one.
It's not an easy job. I often say just everything's upside down land. For example, I believe the 911 operators and many of the people in DC 33, the union, the sanitation workers, they start their salaries at about 45 grand a year. Oh. See, I think that's crazy.
Yeah.
I think they should be, especially post-pandemic, they never got a break. The people who got a break, anybody who did not have to go to work every day during the pandemic shows you they don't have an essential job. So those people automatically, and I'm focusing especially on elected officials in City Hall, in Harrisburg, and I'll of course include those in Congress, the House and Senate. These individuals who make well over $100,000 a year, why are they making six figures? They're non-essential. We don't really, truthfully, they're not, we don't really need them. Essential workers. I think all elected officials should make 45 grand. That should be their starting salary. And people like our sanitation workers, see, they should make the 100 grand.
Yeah.
Flip it. The cops. Let's talk about law enforcement. And I would even put in that category teachers. If the teachers want to go to year round. In other words, if you work all 4 quarters or 2 semesters, however you want to look at it, then you could make 6 figures. If you want to take a quarter off, whenever that is as a teacher, then, you would choose per quarter. But overall, it would be a total packet of more than 100 grand base.
I like that.
That's my proposal. But the way you make it up is no elected official. I don't want anybody as an elected official to make 6 figures. Start them at 45 G's.
You want good teachers. That's how you get them.
Yep.
I'm a guy that's trained, and I hate to make it about myself, but I'm a guy that's trained in education. That was what I went to school for. Student taught and everything, but then decided to get into private industry because, for my different reasons, I didn't like the parents and such, but also because the pay was ridiculous. If you're paying me 6 figures, Dawn, see you later.
See?
I'm going to become a teacher, and I would like to think that I'm a good guy. I love kids. I would be a great teacher, but I'm not in the profession because they pay crap.
Yeah. And you know what, Dan? I would even say for the president of the United States of America, why does the president, any president, they're going to get rich after office and they can't control their investments while they're in office? Why do they have to make, what do they make, like a third of them? Not that Trump is taking any of this money, and a lot of cabinet members aren't taking the money because they're wealthy people, but why do they have to make that salary? They're going to get rich. They're going to go on book tours. Why do they have to make these big salaries? I'm really serious. If you're an elected official, that's your public service. And so I just think 45,000, that's a good number. That's what you should make. And it should never go over that number.
I think it also encourages less career politicians. People getting in it solely to become a politician. Yep. I don't want to bring his name into it, but Mamdani up there in New York, his entire life has been he was funded by his father to work on political campaigns, and now he's a political candidate himself, and he saw himself as a guy who's working class and such, and he's truly not. But that's how you get that is because you're paying politicians ridiculous amounts of money that people desire to be lifelong politicians out of virtue. And greed. Yeah, and to your point, so serve 1 or 2 terms. I mean, to your point, you don't even have to have term limit laws, but which we do need. But look at Fetterman, John Fetterman. I know we've all come to like some of his policies, even though he is a rubber stamp Democrat on most of the stuff, but he's proven himself to be a common sense guy on many levels. Thank God there's somebody. But Fetterman, went to Harvard, from a wealthy family here in Pennsylvania. And then, the parents were helping with the house, everything until he was in his early 50s. I mean, that's until, now he's making nearly 180 G's, 179. So I just thought I would just throw that out there, get your thoughts on it, 855-839-1210. But I think we have to rethink those elected officials. It's not a career. It is absolutely your public service. And if you read everything about when it all began, it'll be 250 years next year. What did our founding, members of our great republic here, what did they envision? They envisioned that it would be public service. That's what it should be.
It shouldn't be your entire life or your career. So we got to talk about that moving forward. So we'll get into it. Linda Karns just wrote a great op-ed about beware some social media stars just make things up. What a shocker. But she takes us through it because, and I know you got to know Linda intimately, if you will, with all of it. We all love Linda. I mean, from the morning show through, I mean, she and Zioli are a hoot together and her little crush on Matt DeSantis and the whole Elvis thing. I mean, it's awesome, right? But Linda Karns is not only a great election integrity attorney who became national, under the Trump team and Michael Whatley, but did you know that she's a local family attorney, divorce attorney? So, yeah. So we want to get Linda's take on some of the high profile information that we're seeing with he's playing it, the Coldplay Kiss cam, and what Linda thinks about it all.
He used to rule the world.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, not anymore.
So we'll talk about all of that. Get your thoughts, 855-839-1210. A great Friday. Thanks for being here today. Love you guys on the YouTube. Please make sure you push the little thumbs up and give us some of if you have questions for Linda and you're on the YouTube chat.
You see Newman Price has got a bone to pick with Linda?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Newman Price, we got to ask.
Yeah,
Linda.
Apparently got Linda a present and was never thanked for it. So,
Ruh-roh.
Yeah,
we'll ask her.
Yeah, we will.
855-839-1210. But if you're on the YouTube chat, just shoot us a little note or a question or a comment. We'll try to address all of it. Got to talk about our friends from the Piazza Auto Group. Acura just named America's best value luxury brand as Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. So that means top performance, cutting-edge tech, unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX Acura, delivering more for your drive and your dollar. Visit them, Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. You can always go online, piazzaacura.com, for all those special offers. PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The savings are still hot at First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your money grow as you earn 4% annual percentage yield with a 7-month online-only share certificate. Or choose a 13-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.85% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about these great savings rates and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking account. Lock in higher earnings today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products or compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tastycake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of a delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about crimpets. Oh yeah, I love crimpets. A uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from the house, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tastycake, accept no substitute.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try ZipIntro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipIntro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmens. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmens delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmens.com and let Emmens make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmens, we have you covered.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
So much to talk about today. We'll try to circle back. Remember, I always think of Jen Psaki circle back, but we will try to circle back to the story of the Fed and finish that off with a big kiss.
Is it okay to use that name again now?
What?
Circle back?
Circle back?
Like I used to use it all the time, then Psaki co-opted it, and I felt ridiculous using it. But like I'm kind of starting to filter it back into emails again, like circling back on that request. Is it too soon?
I think it's too soon.
Too soon?
I shouldn't have even said it. Shame.
Shame, Dawn.
By the way, just a few follow-ups. The owners of, remember we reported on that Montgomery County goat sanctuary, which was destroyed in a fire. Do you guys remember this? I know, and I love little goats. Are the sweetest little. We had this rescue goat because my dad rescued every animal. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. When I was a kid.
Wow.
My dad is such a softie, which is why I had to, like, Piazza Pets. I'm so with our partners at Piazza Auto Group, obviously, and of course the SPCA, the Brandywine Valley SPCA. I'm so proud to work with them because I believe in the concept of adopting animals and giving them a forever home or fostering, because we did both in my fammy. And my
goats?
We had my dad. So everybody knew Mr. Stensland, and my dad over the years, he's an animal lover, and he's like the Dr. Dolittle. He's just really good with any animal, like my dad is so good with.
Can I pause you though?
What?
Did you live on a farm or was this like in a suburban house?
This was like.
Paint a picture for me.
At this house, in this house, we didn't live in the city, but yeah, it was a little further out, but not like a Bucks County. He had a little bit of acreage, backed into some acreage. Okay. Not like a huge, that was not a farm or anything. But everybody knew if there was an animal that was going to be euthanized, take it to the Stensland house. That's how my dad, it was all my dad. So we had this goat that was kind of, it had these horns and it would, hurt people because it would go up. So nobody wanted this one goat.
An a-hole goat.
So he cut up a green garden hose and fit them very carefully, whittled out so it wasn't uncomfortable, and put them on the goat. And everybody called the goat Gumby. And then everybody loved the goat. He was like a brand manager, like Greg Stocker. Anyway, it was the Wiggle Farm. Well, these people now are being accused in our area
because they had a GoFundMe and we all felt horrible for them, raised a ton of money. Well, now they're being charged and I'm like, what is going on? So now they've actually been charged with aggravated cruelty to animals and 2 counts of neglect. What is going on with this? So I do want to know more, but we thought that, oh my goodness, it was a goat sanctuary and all these 40 animals died. This is making international news in our area. So I just want to put that on your radar. We'll have to do more on it, Dan, but I just thought our little Gumby goat as a kid and like all these animals dying, but it's a big story. What? He's like laughing at me.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry because on one hand I'm thinking about you with your Gumby goat with the hoses on top of the horns, and the other I'm thinking of these horrific stories. These goats. Yeah.
But it's an awful story, but it's making international news. Just a heads up on there. So we'll follow it. It's the Wiggles, like the Wiggle name too, Aaron and Michael Wiggle. I don't know if they have any connection to the actual Wiggles. Like, do you know that group?
Yeah.
Remember the Wiggles, the
Australian?
Australian?
Yeah.
Anyway.
They have that salad song. They have like an octopus, right?
I know. Very good.
Big
We'll
red
be
car.
playing it soon.
All the hits.
We got Linda Karns. I can't wait we haven't talked to her for a little bit. I love Linda, and she has a great op-ed and some great opinions on some of the biggest stories of the day. Stay right there. We will continue right around the corner.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Camping World needs to get on board with Kale and Company. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
Come on, let's go, Skopinich. I give you all these ideas. I mean, one of them has to hit, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, that's part of it. I just wanted an extended break away from the wife and kids.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenslin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know who else we love? We love Linda Karns. She likes things that begin with E, election integrity, Elvis. I need a third E, Linda.
Divorce? Oh, that's D. Is she there?
Linda Karns.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hey, you. We can hear you now.
Great.
We were saying that. Yes.
Well, first, I mean, because I feel horrible, I have to thank Newman Price for these socks he gave me. I heard him call me out. Here they are. I write thank you notes and mail them in the U.S. mail. I know it shows how old I am, and then I send people like magnets from my practice, and I didn't have a way to get in touch with them. So please forgive me if he emails me. My email address is on my website. I will send him a thank you note. So I wanted to get that out there because I am religious about thank you notes.
Okay, so you hear that, Newman? She just didn't have the. We could have hooked you up. We just didn't, so give us the info. Come on. She doesn't know how to contact you. And that does happen. I think because we spend so much time together, and in the YouTube chat and here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And so Linda, I think probably didn't realize that. He just thought, well, of course, we spend so much time together. I don't know. So just some headlines. As we just about an hour ago, President Trump he left for the Scotland trip where he has 2 golf courses. I think it's an inaugural for one of his new golf courses that opens August 13th, which is pretty cool. And we have a lot in the headlines with obviously that second day of interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell. Closer to home, the big story on the East Coast. More than 80 million people here in the eastern half of the United States under all these heat wave warnings, so stay cool. We're here with a really cool lady, Linda Karns, election integrity lawyer, but also somebody who you may not realize is a family and divorce attorney, so we want to get into some of the headlines of the day. So where do you want to start, Linda? I'm just trying to, do you want to go with the op-ed? Let's start with your op-ed so we can tell.
I know, Dawn,
yeah?
We have so much to talk about. We should have our own show.
I know.
Because we have so much to talk about.
That's a great idea, huh?
It is, I think we need to talk about that. Okay, so op-ed, yes. People contact my office, they email me, they ask me questions about elections, and people started asking me about this phenomenon called emergency backup ballot, because there's this advice on the internet. If you're in Pennsylvania, order an emergency backup ballot. The problem is we don't have emergency backup ballots in Pennsylvania, and I lay it all out in my op-ed that's up on the Delaware Valley Journal website, and you can get it on my Twitter. And I think people are just getting confused. What we have in Pennsylvania is a mail ballot, and the best way to vote by mail is to go to your election office and request one and then turn it in right there. But ordering an emergency backup ballot, which we don't have, if you want to call the mail ballot an emergency backup ballot, that's not going to help you if there's an emergency on election day, because if election day comes and you have your mail-in ballot in your hand, the only way to get that voted is to return it to your Board of Elections. And if it's election day, it's a lot closer to go to your polling place and just vote. But if you've ordered that mail-in ballot, they won't let you vote on the machine at the polling place unless you bring the mail ballot to spoil. And a lot of people don't realize that. So I think that people just need to make a plan to vote. If you want to vote on election day, over 70% of Pennsylvania voters, that's what they prefer. No matter how much we talk about mail-in ballots, they prefer to go on election day. Make a plan, make sure you're available. If you want to vote by mail ahead of time, that's fine too. The best and safest way to do it is to go to your election office, request the ballot, and return it right there. In the primary, I tried to mail my ballot in. I live in Philadelphia. I put it in a mailbox that apparently the post office was not picking up for some reason, and it never got there. So I had to vote on provisional ballot at my polling place this past election day. So I just want voters to really understand the process and not always listen to, just random advice on the internet.
Yeah. It's, as Greg Stocker always says, don't get your news and information from Twitter or X, as it's now called, right?
Exactly.
So let's get into some of the stories of the day, if we could, because you're a family attorney, a divorce attorney. And looking at the Coldplay story that has played out in the latest piece of this, and we've really been talking about this, and obviously all those internet memes and everything that happened. But when you think about it, Linda Karns, speaking of not getting news from, social media, what do you make of this story of, a biggity big, as I always say, an official with a major company, astronomer. He's there with one of his directors, and they're at a Coldplay concert. It all plays out. What do you see as what's going on here?
Well, I've been amused by. Well, first of all, I didn't even know Coldplay was still touring. So
nobody did. Yeah,
just like I didn't even know that guy Colbert still had a show. So
Chris Martin, better songwriter than Elvis.
What?
just putting it out there. Just putting it out there.
Dan, you're not going to get any presents if you keep that.
No olive oil for you.
It was like a 5-second video, and the internet filled in like months and years of backstory, and we really don't know the story. And that has really been, something that I've enjoyed watching, because we don't know anything about this family. The internet is basically telling us that the guy's wife was at home, completely blindsided. She's completely the innocent party, and, she's all upset. And no one deserves to be cheated on. So let me just say that. But we have no idea what her deal is. She might have known about it, because most spouses do, and was more blindsided by the fact that now all her friends and family know about it too. Because what I have found out as a divorce lawyer is, and let me tell all the listeners, your spouse knows. And I found that out from my over 20 years of practice. It is not that hard to realize that your spouse is stepping out on you. A couple ways that people find out is, what they don't realize is these iPhones often back up to the cloud. And I cannot tell you how many people, they share the iPhone account with their family, their spouse and their kids, and who've come, they come in my office and tell me that their little kid was looking at the iPad, pressed a button, didn't realize that what they were doing was looking at the backup on the cloud, and then found the husband's or the wife's text to the girlfriend. So that is a huge way. So not that I guess this could be a little side hustle, like how to get away with it, but make sure you're not on the phone. David Gelman and he's that Jersey attorney. We sometimes talk about this, like this could be a great side hustle, like explaining to people how to get away with stuff. But I digress. So if you're on the same phone plan, your spouse can usually figure out how to see what's on your phone. Additionally, all these phones have these phone locators, so you can tell where your spouse is. And people just don't realize that. You can look at someone's EasyPass account and see where they've been. And what I tell people is, no matter what your marriage is like, even if it's like not a good marriage, so to speak, your spouse probably knows you better than anybody else, better than your parents did, better than your brothers and sisters do, better than your friends do. They know you. And I'm telling you, they figure out your password. If so many spouses come in and show me, look, I can get into his or her email, I can get into his phone. So, if you think you're getting away with it, you're not. And there's other indicators. Someone might be taking out a lot of cash at an ATM because they need to, fund this affair with cash rather than credit cards. So there's a lot of other indicators. So with this Coldplay thing, I know everyone's just assuming that this wife didn't know or the husband of the other woman didn't know, but let's not fool ourselves. That might not be the case. And just remember that in most states, including Pennsylvania, we're no fault, which means that marital misconduct does not come into play. So that doesn't mean that, the wife or the husband is going to get more or less of the assets because there was marital misconduct. And even if you are absolutely enraged at your spouse, you shouldn't wish for them to lose their job because that's going to hurt you too, because you depend on that income. So what goes on behind the closed doors of a marriage is often an absolute mystery. We don't know. We really don't know. I'm just amused that the internet is filling in the backstory for these people. I hope, everyone's protecting those children. That's always my first priority. I do feel for those children, but let's not assume that the backstory that the internet's giving us is the whole true story.
Well, I looked it up because I knew we were talking about this just last night. The woman who the New York Post, which I understand is tabloidy, but others are saying this too, but the New York Post reports that they're calling her the HR mistress of this company, Astronomer, Kristen Cabot, that she resigned last night from the tech company more than a week after they are reporting and they're claiming she was caught on camera canoodling with CEO Andy Byron on a Coldplay concert kiss cam. So they're too old to be canoodling. That's like people stop. It's just like, ew, mom and dad, like gross. But
that's an issue, and especially in these smaller companies, these startup companies, they depend on investors. They cannot have scandals, so it's not surprising that these people had to step down or lose their job. That is not surprising at all. But what these families need to do is protect the income. Hopefully for the sake of the family, they were able to get severance or something because there's real life consequences to these types of scandals, especially when you're in those high profile positions. And, one thing I do want to say about social media as a divorce lawyer is I cannot tell you how many people have come into my office to file for divorce or say they've had it with the spouse and then, give me the history of the 20-year, the misery they've had to endure. And then I look at the social media accounts and it's full of date nights and glowing tributes to the spouse on the birthday and how great the children are and the fun family vacations. But the reality is often different because, like I said, behind the closed door of a marriage, you don't know what's going on. And I think sometimes we look at social media and say, look at that family, they're so much happier than me, or they make more money, or they have a nicer house. And that's usually just not true. So just like with election advice, just try and ignore all that. My kind of rule of thumb is the more that you're posting on social media about how great your life is, that's usually inversely proportional to how your life is like. So just kind of ignore all that noise.
Well, and apparently part of this is people have said, Linda, that they the way they reacted is why it went. If they had just acted, even if they had just, I don't know, moved, not like dramatically reacted, but the way that they react, and even the other person then who's who's an employee who's just like hoo 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 hoo, you know what I mean? They couldn't have reacted worse to the whole thing. We're showing it right now, by the way, Linda.
Right. But I mean, that they were surprised, and sometimes you can't plan for how you're going to react and with something like that. But the fact that they were at the Coldplay concert, I'm kind of wondering, if this affair was already out in the open, because wouldn't they be, when I go out in public, like to the Phillies games or whatever, I often, just happen to see people I know. So why did they think that they could do that, go there and not see people they know? So maybe this affair was already out in the open. Again, we don't know, because to everyone's credit, they are keeping it quiet. And I hope they're keeping the details quiet for the sake of the children.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. Although I will say on a weird, cynical, viewpoint, I didn't know who this tech company was, Astronomer. I'd never heard of them. Now everybody worldwide has heard of this company, Astronomer. So
right, I've been involved with some of those startups with the deals and the angel investors and so forth. And while it's good that they're getting, kind of publicity, because they say no publicity is bad publicity, I don't think it's necessarily going to get them more of those investors. Investors want to make sure that they're going to put this money in this startup and they're going to get a return. And this scandal, it really shows just a lack of just good judgment of the people who are in charge. So hopefully, for the sake of everyone else, all the other investors and people at that company, they can right that ship.
Is there, as far as Coldplay, because there were some people, and even the guy, the accused cheating husband, he was accused, or he wrote in his statement, that weird statement, which, by the way, was such a slimy statement. But he wrote in the statement, well, we have to review when you think you're in a private space, and sort of blaming a little bit or shaming the Coldplay kiss cam. It's like, dude, you're at a concert with thousands of people.
First of all, I read that might not have been his statement. So that's another thing. We don't even know if that was his statement. But when you go out in public like that, you assume the risk. Kind of like when you go to a baseball game and you could get hit by a foul ball. So he doesn't have any claim against Coldplay or against anyone else. And the last thing he wants to do is file a lawsuit and keep this in the news. He wants us to go away so he can go find another job and live his life. But I wonder what's going to happen if these two are going to stay together, or the marriages are going to survive this. But again, the internet's filling in all this information, and we just don't know. And maybe that wife says, you know what? Maybe she doesn't have really much of an earning capacity, and she thinks, it's better to stay married to him and have a roof over my kid's head than not. So we just really don't know. So I get amused by the internet just filling in all these details.
Do you see that? I mean, we saw that during the pandemic. Do you see that happening where they do like co-coupling, they call it, or coexisting because of remember that during the pandemic, it was the pandemic, the economy. Do you actually see that where people
Absolutely. It's actually happening a lot more now, also because of the interest rates. Because when you own a joint home together, there's really only three options to do with that home. One is sell it and then both people leave, or husband keeps it, or mom keeps it. But if one of the spouse keeps it, they have to buy the other spouse out of it and refinance it. And if they have one of those good mortgages that some of us are lucky to have, those 3%, 2% mortgages, they're not going to want to refinance at today's rates. And they also may not be able to afford to refinance. So sometimes people, not those Coldplay people, because they seem to have a lot of money, but some of us regular people who have regular houses with regular mortgages, it's not that easy to divvy that up. And sometimes people have to stay because, sometimes an income that is perfectly fine for an intact family will not support two households. So people sometimes have to stay together longer than they normally would. And again, that can be really hard on the children if the people aren't getting along, if there's a lot of strife and so forth in the house. But that can be a problem, especially with the economy like it is.
I'd seen a story, there are always studies about marriage and divorce, and we always heard back in the day, more and more people are getting divorced. One of the headlines I saw, and it was a trend that I think is a good trend, and that is that 40%, that all those stats that we saw about divorce, less and less people right this minute, if we do a snapshot, are actually getting a divorce. Maybe because of what you just said, but they're saying that divorce is in decline. Only about 40% of marriages will end in divorce, and that number is down from, remember that? It was 50 to 60% for so long.
Well, you can't really look at that in a vacuum. I mean, that's certainly good. Even though I'm a divorce lawyer, I'm also Catholic, and I want people to stay together, and it's better for the children, for everybody to stay together. I mean so I don't really want marriages to fail, but there's other things that are contributing to that. Unfortunately, less people are getting married. Or waiting on marriage. So especially with this younger generation, like I always say, a lot of society's problems would be solved if everybody graduated from high school, got an alarm clock, and got a job, then got married, then had children, in that order, and don't deviate from that order. Now you can go to college if you want, but don't deviate from that order. But these people who are having children prior to marriage, you know, that does not help economically. And so I think that a lot of this younger generation, they don't see marriage as important when, you know, anyone who's ever been in any type of relationship knows that it's very easy to walk away when you're not married. And that marriage protects the children because, you know, it prevents people from walking away, or at least puts up a lot more roadblocks. So we might be having a little less divorce because less people are getting married, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, that's it. I didn't even think of that, where they say they're also talking about on the rise this what they call gray divorce, where couples are divorcing. And I just wonder your take on this, Linda, because they're saying that maybe it's because we're living longer, but people are together, they're married, then the kids grow up, and all of a sudden you're seeing people in their like 60s and 70s, and you're like, what? I just heard about somebody that I know. I'm like, well, that's just stupid. You know what I mean? Like you've really been together like 30 plus years, and they're doing it. They're getting a divorce.
Yeah. Marriage is not easy. And a lot of these couples, they put all their effort into the children, and then they don't really think about their own relationship. And for anyone who is Catholic and goes to pre-Cana, and I hope people still do that. I mean, all this, I know I sound like this old fuddy-duddy, but all this stuff is really important. The priest tells you that your marriage has to be the most important. Your spouse is most important. Like, your children are important, but you have to continue to work on that marriage. And when the kids grow up, and then all of a sudden you're in your late 50s, early 60s, and say, I have nothing in common with this person, I don't have much time left, and I don't want to be with them anymore. And again, you know, you might have enough retirement income or savings for both of you to live under the same roof. Probably not, though, for two separate roofs. So it can get really, 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 really tough. So, but yeah, that I definitely see a lot of those divorces. Some of the people say, you know what, I've been miserable my entire life, and now that the kids are out, I want to be on my own, and it's really sad. And I sometimes I feel bad, and I want to get those divorces done as economically as possible, because the less money to the lawyers means there's more money for the people, because that's who's going to need it. They need the resources.
You know, early in the first hour, as far as in the 10 o'clock hour, I was talking to Reagan Reese, you know, a Daily Caller and White House correspondent, and she mentioned that one of the pieces that she's working on next, one of her long form report that she'll do, as opposed to the day-to-day, you know, covering as a White House correspondent, Linda, is that she's working with people, officials in Virginia, who are looking at election integrity training. And I mentioned you. I said, oh, you got to talk to Linda Karns, because that's what you did here in Pennsylvania. So does it interest you? And, you know, as far as other states, is Pennsylvania and what you did here, obviously with Michael Whatley at the national level, is that something that's spreading across the country now?
Right. So the RNC, and I'm not currently collaborating with the RNC. The election's over. So, but the RNC is committed to that, and I know that they have a big program in New Jersey. What we need, Dawn, though, is our local and state parties need to really focus on that. And you can't just depend on the RNC to come in election years. Yeah. And unfortunately, I don't know, no one has figured out that magic sauce to get the vote out during these off years, to get poll watchers during these off years. I would love to have a poll watcher in every election, so that by the time that presidential comes around, that poll watcher has, 8 elections under their belt, 2 a year. They are experienced. They're my superstars. But it doesn't happen. People aren't as excited during the off years. So, I mean, that's really a long-term issue. I think we have to work more on just civics class and like explaining to people how important that is. And then as a party, and work towards just getting people involved in each and every election. And you guys on all the shows on on 1210 WPHT, you guys always talk about that, and I'm grateful for that. But unfortunately, I think you're preaching to the choir, because the people who are listening are really good voters. So then you got to go to your friends, your brothers and sisters who may not be as involved, your nieces and nephews, your kids, anybody who, anybody else who you can influence by your good civic participation in elections.
You know, you write so many different pieces. You mentioned the Delaware Valley Journal, but also for Broad and Liberty. Some of the pieces, and I always want to push people to find your writings and everything, Linda Kern's Law, but you talked about in the past a couple of things. There were cases that should be in the headlines. If they were Democrats, I would submit to everybody, and I think we all know this would have gotten and still would have greater coverage. But you talked about different Republicans who were focused on and targeted and bullied and harassed and threatened during the previous election year. And also you talked about removing dead registrants from voter rolls, and you have written about those. Can you expound on both of those if there are any updates on those?
Absolutely. So actually, those are two cases I have with the Public Interest Legal Foundation, which is a public interest law firm, and I'm their Pennsylvania counsel. We just got, and I don't want to, it's a little difficult to talk about ongoing litigation, but in the case where we're trying to figure out who sent those threatening letters to Trump voters in October of 24, we just got a pretty good ruling in that case about discovery, and we're working on discovery. So that is moving forward in federal court in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, and it is going well. It's a tough case, and it's going better than I thought it would. With our voter roll work, when we sue states to get to make sure that they're maintaining the voter rolls, we have a case now. We got not so great of a decision in the Third Circuit. We're looking into appealing to the Supreme Court of the United States. We hope they take it. Those types of cases are marathons, not sprints. A lot of the litigation you see like in and around elections, I call that like panic litigation, like they're trying to quick solve a problem and then everybody disperses. But with the Public Interest Legal Foundation, we're on it 365 days a year. I was just on an email chain this morning about another case that we might be able to file in Pennsylvania that hopefully could improve things. But these cases take years, so it takes a long time to really change people's minds. And the Public Interest Legal Foundation, we also the lawyers there, they also testify a lot in Congress so that we can get the laws changed. So you can go to our website, thepublicinterestlegalfoundation.org, and hear about all of our cases. And then I also have another case with a place called the Center for Election Integrity. We're looking for people whose loved ones were in nursing homes and might have had other people kind of influence them on their ballots last year and years before that. So if anyone has any experiences like that, please just go to my website, lindakernslaw.com, find my email and email me about it, because we are looking for those types of stories.
Yeah, it's important. And then Center for, is it American First Policy or Center for Election Integrity?
It's the Center for Election Confidence. That's one client. And then Public Interest Legal Foundation is another. These are these great organizations that are run on donations, and they really do great work.
Linda Kerns at Linda Kerns Law. I always love to hear from you, have our Elvis conversations. I'm trying to remember, so many movies nowadays have some Elvis music in them, and I always think of you. I'm like, oh, Linda would love this movie just because it's a little
I'm
Elvis.
going to Graceland next month, so I'm hoping I can call in from Graceland.
Please. I love that. That's awesome.
And I this might be showing my age too, but I know I have a crush on Matt DeSantis, but on the air last week, Mike Opelka actually said that it sounds like I'm going to start boiling his bunny. And if anyone knows what boiling the bunny means from that movie Fatal Attraction, when Glenn Close got so obsessed, she boiled the guy's bunny. So I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe I need to dial it down on the Matt DeSantis crush. If people think I'm just like this enraged. What do you think, Dan? Should I start a crush on you instead? I don't know.
Sure, go ahead. I mean, Maisie won't be too thrilled. Just in the background, Linda's like, it rubs a lotion.
We love you, Linda Kerns.
Thank you, Linda.
All right, and thanks again, Newman Price, for the awesome Elvis socks.
Woo! And she will always just tell us. We'll pass it along. We'll be the conduit. Yep. We'll be like, to name another movie. What was that movie with Whoopi Goldberg and Demi Moore, where like there's the conduit? Remember that? Ghost. Well, not really. We won't be like that. But anyway, that was icky. Sorry, I went there.
Are Matt DeSantis and Linda Karns going to do pottery together?
I love it. Matt. Matt loves the
listeners
crush.
depend on me for good election advice or good legal advice. And sometimes I come on these shows, I sound like a lunatic.
No, we all love it.
I hope they know it's all in fun.
It's Friday. We're having some fun with Linda Karns. Yeah, right. Linda, thank you. Until next time, my friend. We got to get together and have lunch again.
Absolutely. And have a great weekend, everybody.
Linda Karns. We love her. And we love Elvis, too. All right. 855-839-1210 around the corner. Do we have, we'll see if we have Kathy Barnett. We always do a tease with Kathy Barnett for her upcoming show or just to talk about what she has coming
no
up.
response. No.
So she's busy. Okay. Yeah. She's very busy.
She's a busy woman. Yes.
We'll try to track her down, but if not, we'll still promote her show.
Great report from Allie Bradley, though, that she sent over.
This is unbelievable. We'll go to that next around the corner. And this is something, again, bias by omission. Why isn't the media talking about what we know about these children who are being trafficked into this country? Homan, the Trump administration are desperately trying to find missing children who were brought into this country apparently by the cartels, being taken advantage of, being trafficked, and we're getting new information. So there's one reporter who's obviously doing a great job. Everybody else seems to be ignoring the story, and we'll take you there right around the corner.
Weather is sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
Hot sticky with late storms today with a high going up to a near record 97. Tomorrow drops to 88 for the high. Less humidity, a little more humidity on Sunday with a high of 84. Back into the 90s on Monday.
Stuck in traffic on the way to the shore? Imagine coming home to a brand new kitchen from Kitchen Magic. American-made, family-owned, and tariff-proof. Get 24 months, same as cash financing. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus, where everyone pays what employees pay. It might as well be Christmas in July. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xE for only $289 a month for 24 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
New details swirling around Alina Habba. You know her well, and it's technically a local story because it has to do with New Jersey and the U.S. attorney there and that back and forth that we've reported on. So we'll get to that in a moment, but so I've talked a lot about human trafficking. I know this is a story that you care deeply about. And this, to me, this illustrates why the so-called mainstream media is disingenuous when they claim to care so much about the Epstein, the evil Epstein story, meaning Epstein was evil and his victims, but he's dead. His victims, tragically, I mean, now they've grown up with this and they are actually grown women in their 40s and 50s and beyond. But we right now have hundreds of thousands, we know this from the documentation, hundreds of thousands of missing children who are believed to be, many of them, there is reasonable cause to think that they are in some kind of peril or harm's way, or they're being abused. And this is an active investigation by this administration to find these children. They're trying to find them. They found thousands. I've done interviews and stories on this, as you well know. Here's an update, and this is the latest story and I'm always looking for these updates. So at least we have one reporter, one network that cares about it. Listen in, as this is the latest report that we could find. This is News Nation reporting on the latest as we search in America for missing children and what's happening to these kids.
We just got information from an HHS official that shows that 13,061 unaccompanied minors have actually been located under the Trump administration. And ICE, we're learning, is also arresting some of the sponsors. 442 sponsors have been arrested for involvement in suspected child abuse or other crimes are being discovered. Now, the abuse is being determined through a multifaceted investigation if they do determine that sponsor was abusing that child. Now, they're using local police, CPS, federal agencies. They're all involved, according to HHS. Now, former special agents with Homeland Security investigations have explained to us that oftentimes these kids are left behind as payment. The parent is often promised by the cartel members that they will eventually be reunited with their child in the U.S. That child, sadly, is often recycled to help single adults enter the country illegally. Now, we know that 320,000 unaccompanied minors were essentially unaccounted for under the Biden administration. The Trump administration, they campaigned on it. They've been talking about it regularly. It's a priority for them to go and find these kids, but still just a fraction, Nicole, 13,000 out of 320,000 so far. Truly just.
And so that's Allie Bradley, and you just saw that report on News Nation. I mean, good for her as she's standing at the border reporting on this properly, HHS information. But you think about that, 13,000 children that were found, and I reported that to you earlier. They've actually found more than that at this point, but the bigger story is we're getting the details of what some of these children have endured. And the fact that we have more than 400 of those sponsors now facing criminal charges, that's another report. And so I just want you to think about that instead of reporting on things like this and these hundreds of individuals across the country who sponsored these young children, and these children are being abused, sexually abused, trafficked, etc., and then the word recycled, it just makes you sick to your stomach, doesn't it? That these kids are then being, quote unquote, recycled. And so the fact that that's just being ignored by the so-called mainstream media, because, they care so much about the children and these trafficked children. And so just put it all together. Think about what's happened in our area, especially Montgomery County, and how, and I'm going to say this, there are a lot of good people who are caring, who would volunteer. And so when you see it, it seems to be ladies, it seems to be grandmothers, right? And they show up because they're being told on social media, ICE is showing up and taking advantage of hardworking family people who are here illegally, right? And so those women are being taken, some of them are crying. They're being taken advantage of. They're being gaslit. It's really a horrible thing, because I suspect that if these same people in our area and across the country knew what was going on and knew that you had these kids who everybody's looking for, I would just say, why not have them help? They clearly have the time, because if I see something on social media, I might report it to you, but I'm at work, right? Dan's at work. Jimmy Kelly, our engineer, he's at work, right? We're all here at work. A lot of you are at work, right? You have us on your earbuds. You're doing your multitasking. But for these ladies, they obviously have some time. Maybe they're retirees or they have a job that's flexible, because they seem to show up to these events and prayer vigils and that sort of thing. And so my heart goes out to them, because they're being taken advantage of. They're being played. As I always say, get played. This is a situation across the nation where we all need to be able to, it's like the saying in New York that they started after 9/11, if you see something, say something. And that was started in New York. It has gone nationally, but everybody needs to spread the word. This is an active search for 300,000 plus children who are missing in America. And it should be top of mind for all of us. And then just to say, if you see something, say something. Get involved. So I just wanted to give you that report. So who was it that called in? I know some of you wanted to comment on some of the stories. 855-839-1210. I'll get to the Alina Haba and other updates. Dan Borowski.
We're moving fast. We got to get to a break,
Oh, boy.
Dawn. I hate to say.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right. Breaking news. If you can hang on, I'll get your call. Be right back.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep, our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road-ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to kiaofcherryhill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at cherryhillkia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at kiaofcherryhill.com.
Only at cherryhillkia.com.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Emmens. A bathroom remodel shouldn't be a nightmare. At Emmens, we make the process fast, easy, and stress-free. Our team handles everything from design to installation, so you can enjoy your new space sooner, sometimes in as little as 24 hours. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmens.com. Don't live through a nightmare remodel when Emmens can make your dreams come true. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmens, we have you covered.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babel. Babel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babel subscription at Babel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babel.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Headlines today in Philadelphia: dangerous heat, weather warnings, possible severe storms this evening. And Philadelphia at City Hall announcing plans to bring back all of our favorite childhood memories. Christmas, the Christmas light show at the Wanamaker Building, Dickens Village. I think of all the years of going there, and I was so sad when the Macy's left, but it looks like Mayor Sherelle Parker, by her direction, is trying to keep the Wanamaker Light Show. And yeah, I'm with it, Dan.
I'm so excited for that.
Meet at the Eagle, kids.
Did you petrify your kids growing up by bringing them to the,
No, they loved it.
Puppets?
They loved it. Yeah, those creepy puppets and the Dickens. No, they loved it in the light show.
Scared. When you get to go through Christmas past and there's the Grim Reapers and such.
More
chains and...
Well, mostly it was the organ and the light show, because then I could shoe shop. It was always down by Macy's. You could buy the shoes.
Yeah.
So I would go, hey kids, look up. Hee, I love these shoes.
You go watch the lights. Oh, look, it's Rudolph.
Lights. Oh,
these are great Gucci flats.
So much going on. Hey, we have Frank. Frank, it's Friday, Frank. We love. Hey, it's a great Friday, Frank. How are you?
Hey, Dawn, never had a bad day in my life, only bad moments.
Well said. What do you want to talk about?
I'd like to make a comment. In regards to sanitation contract that they received.
Yeah.
I used to belong to three different unions I belonged to at one given time. And if the city would have gave them, or Mayor Parker would have gave them a 10-year contract with 5%, everybody would have been a win-win situation.
Mm-hmm.
The taxpayers wouldn't have to wait to get their trash picked up when there's a strike, and also for 10 years the union District 33 wouldn't be able to turn around and strike because they would receive 5% every year for 10 years.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like it. I agree with you. I mean, they worked through the pandemic. They didn't get a big raise throughout all of that. And everybody else in the city, and even until fairly recently, let's just point out, was not even at work. So, yeah, I think they deserved it. So that makes me sad. Hey, President Trump yesterday withdrew his nomination of Alina Habba, his former defense attorney, as you well know, and she would serve as the top federal prosecutor. So because he withdrew the nomination, and now he can name her, clearing the way to serve as U.S. Attorney in the state of New Jersey in an acting capacity. So this is a back and forth between trying to basically avoid and circumvent some of the Democrats in Jersey trying to get rid of her, which is a disgrace.
Remember, we are New Jersey.
I know. Man, that guy, what a residue he leaves behind. Right? Residue. Yeesh. What a vindictive... big,
where you going with this
long tooth, his long teeth. You know what I mean? Dude, you're so wealthy. Just get some new teeth first of all, instead of the new hair. But
you're a crumb
creep.
Just
really a vindictive creep.
Tony Bruno's up next, and we do have him available for questions.
Tony Bruno and Miss Robin.
We love the Wanamaker's building. I remember when it was Wanamaker's, obviously. And there's so many events in that building. So if it's closed, how are they going to reopen it? So they're not taking the organ out, right?
No, they can't, because it's protected by this historic society or something.
I think it's the oldest active pipe organ of that size in the world.
Yeah.
So that's good. That's actually taking care of history. We're getting rid of so much history. Now, all of a sudden, finally, we're keeping history. And the Dickens Village and all that stuff, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's what going to downtown Philly during the holidays. You can smell the chestnuts.
Yes.
You can smell the weed. I don't know, is the weed smell overtaken the chestnuts roasting on an open fire in Center City during the holiday season?
Yeah, pretty much. Unfortunately, that's true.
Blunts roasting on an open fire.
So, Tony, you and Miss Robin, great shows this week. What do you have coming up?
Oh, we got so much. I'm going to go after Pat Ford of Sports Illustrated for being an idiot, even though he's a great writer. We got The View, had their big finale today as far as their hiatus. And guess who they had on? We'll talk about that. Plus, we got a couple of really weird Friday stories. Butt-sniffing bandits in California, LA, actually. And then a former NBA player and coach also caught on camera, sniffing his own butt and smearing it on a hotel wall.
Take that thing out. Unhook it.
Ew.
And yeah, you're ripping Murphy. How about digital driver's licenses in New Jersey? Because the same people who don't want voter ID now want people to produce their digital IDs when they get stopped for a violation and they don't pull over and comply with police. How's that going to work out?
It's a sin. It's a Tony Bruno, Miss Robin Friday. Can't wait to hear Tone. Take it away.
Have a great weekend, everybody. You too, Dawn.
Thank you.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
The working families of Laona Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shea.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We give away playlists. Bill's holding out, so he doesn't want to spill his content for the weekend. I know what this is about.
The first 40 minutes of the show will be Ozzy.
Wow.
Can we play some obscure stuff? I want that 8 share to turn into a 9 share, so not too obscure.
The music snobs, they always want to go deeper in the weeds and play the things that the average person doesn't really know.
Why do you think I have an 8 share?
Yeah, don't question him.
Cannot relate.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch, no overdraft fees, no annual fees, and you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It's Dom's show, but it's not Dom time because Dom is at the damn shore enjoying the summer of 2025. The summer of 2025, where Tony Bruno and Miss Robin are filling in for the final time this week, the 3-week trifecta of radio broadcasting semi-excellence. We're trying hard. You can't replace Dom Giordano, but we're back again. We appreciate everybody tuning in on YouTube. Don't forget, go on there, like and subscribe to the show. Smash that like button. You can only smash it once, though. You can't. It's not like the magic stick where you can hit it once and hit it twice. You remember the magic stick? Hank Mache? You remember the magic stick?
You can like it thumbs up once.
Yes.
Which is good for the ratings, but
Yeah.
then you can heart it as many times as you want.
Well, I love to heart it. Put on your heart light, as someone once said.
Yeah.
But anyway, we got a lot of fun today. Hank Machete, I'm sorry. I keep missing. We have to go. You know, they're going to do digital IDs now in New Jersey, Henry. I don't know if you saw that story. And this is the same state, New Jersey, where their governor is raising taxes, is never in the state, you know, is running around with his bad teeth and his bad hair, and he's in casinos at night, besotted beyond recognition, drunk as a proverbial skunk, although I've never seen a drunk skunk. So I think that's a unfair knock on skunks.
Was Pepe
Have you ever
Le Pew
seen
not
a
drunk?
What's that?
Was Pepe
Le Pew, yeah. Was he drunk? I don't think he was drunk.
I don't know. To come on to all those people like that, I think you got to be a
He was just a horny French skunk.
Yeah.
He wasn't. You don't have to be drunk to go after hot chicks.
No.
Hot chicks have to be drunk to go after loser guys at 2 a.m. in the local tap room. Come on, have you learned anything?
He was a male skunk that was in heat all the time.
Exactly. I mean, how many guys, single guys, are roaming around looking for that date? Maybe, you know, they're down in Center City or up in Port Richmond or in all the Manayunk, cruising around on a Friday night looking for some strays. And now it's like 1 o'clock and you just got last call and they're telling you that you could finish those drinks, but you can't stay here. And you move in on someone who may appear to be hot based on the number. And I'm talking about men and women. This isn't just about men or women.
Oh, yes. Beer goggles go both ways.
Beer goggles do go both ways, so to speak. But anyway, Pepe Le Pew was not a drunk skunk. He was a horny drunk. So let's get the facts straight, Henry.
A horny skunk.
A horny skunk. What did I say?
You said a horny drunk.
Well, drunk skunk.
So he was drunk.
No, he wasn't drunk. There might
you have any evidence to prove that Pepe Le Pew was in fact drunk and not just horny? Come on, man. I mean, you know pheromones, right? Women give off pheromones, yes. Men give off pheromones, and a lot of people who are attracted to one another.
Ah, mon amour.
I smell your pheromones. You don't even smell the pheromones. They're not even, it's not like somebody has body musk. It's not like, bad body odor. That's not attractive to anybody, I don't think. Even like in India, in the slums of Mumbai, I don't think that's attractive.
No, what was the Porky's? In Porky's, there was that one gym teacher who got aroused by male stinky clothing. in the locker room. What that was played by? Oh, what's her name?
I don't remember, Robin.
She's one of your.
I only remember the shower scene in Porky's.
Yeah.
I mean, all of that stuff is just. I can't. There's too much.
Kim Cattrall. Kim Cattrall.
Kim Cattrall. She was in Porky. She was naked in the shower, right?
No, she wasn't naked.
Why? She got naked everywhere else.
She wasn't naked.
The only movie Kim Cattrall did not get naked in was the one that they filmed at the Macy's, which was Wanamaker's at the time. Remember that legendary Mannequin? She was in Mannequin, which they filmed in the old Wanamaker's building, right there in Center City, Philadelphia. She was the mannequin in the window that he would sneak in at night. And who was the actor that was in there sneaking in to try to get a piece of Kim Cattrall?
Andrew
McCarthy?
McCarthy, I think, right?
Is that the actor?
I think so.
And then there was a mannequin, too.
Me, I'm hot on Friday.
Wow, Robin. What have you been drinking today? Anyway, we got a lot of stuff to get to today. Tony, Bruno, Miss Robin. The phone number is 855-839-1210. Now, what does Dom usually do? Because Friday is a special day. People who work 5 days a week, many of them who don't work at all, they're listening at home. We listen all the time. When we're going back to the house this afternoon, the kitchen is coming together, the cabinets are going in. So things are exciting. Again. We may have to go to a live shot of the kitchen cabinets being assembled today, because I know people love HGTV and all those home shows, we're under the gun, Hank. We're under the gun. We've got to be in this house by next Friday.
Oh, boy.
Next Friday is August 1st. Are we going to be able to complete this project? Do you ever see those shows and they count down 6 days until completion, right?
I always thought, I've always said, that's so fake. That's just done for TV. Well, in our case, it's real.
For real. It's for real.
Now understand the deadlines in house building.
Well, the thing about those shows is they have like 50 professional contractors come in and finish all the projects at the last minute. You notice that? They bring in the plumber, the electrician, everybody comes in the last week, and boom, everything gets painted, done, assembled, the furniture gets put in. Some creepy interior designer goes in and moves a couple of vases around, or are they still vases or vases, Robin?
That doesn't happen. You call the plumber and he says, I don't really feel like coming in yet because you don't have all the sinks. I know that I have more than enough work to get started, but I don't want to come in until you have everything. That's the reality.
Exactly. So we got a lot of stuff to cover. Plus, we'll go to Dallas Cowboys training camp. And it's not my style to criticize anybody for the most part, other than the idiots yesterday who I said on the show would go after Hulk Hogan after he died, including this one scumbag woman in Illinois who's running for Congress, and all the other people who used to work for Gawker Media. Gawker Media is the company that posted the Hulk Hogan sex tapes, right, without his permission. He sued them into oblivion, and now all of these creeps, unemployed creeps, who are still begging for jobs anywhere, are out there happy that Hulk Hogan died. That's why these people are below human scum. They are the lowest forms of life, and I'm glad every single one of these Gawker employees was taken out, and hope they never, ever get a job again. And I never celebrate people losing their jobs, but people celebrated me losing my job unjustly. And so for all you people who are celebrating your dirtbag, Deadspin, and Gawker reporters, alleged journalists, celebrating the demise of somebody, I celebrate you. I spit on your grave. I don't just celebrate your demise. I spit on it. Wasn't that a movie, I Spit on Your Grave? I think it was.
Was it?
Yeah, I Spit on Your Grave, and there was a sequel. The Hawk Tour girl came. The Hawk Tour girl came. I'll Hawk Tour on your grave too. How about that?
Oh, there wasn't just one sequel.
I told you there was two. How many sequels?
4. I Spit on Your Grave.
Oh, a lot of people spitting on graves.
Yes, there were 4 of them. I had never heard of it either. I Spit on Your Grave. The first one was in 2010. No, excuse moi. The first one was in 1993, then 2010, 2015.
I'm seeing 1978.
Oh, yeah, it's old school. Oh, it's old school.
Older?
It was a horror movie, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
See, this is the kind of knowledge that I have up here. In addition to having to stay up to date on all the things going on, like, The View and Trump, obviously, now signing executive orders to clear homeless encampments, and Gavin Newsom in California is upset about it. Gavin Newsom, who is basically campaigning 24/7 for the 2028 Democratic presidential nomination by going on every fringe podcast, going to places like South Carolina, while he's the guy who spent billions of dollars for decades claiming that he's going to take care of homelessness. And now with the Olympics coming up next year in L.A. and graffiti all over the place and homeless people all over the sidewalks, Gavin Newsom is claiming that Trump now, by wanting to get people off the street and homeless encampments off the street, is the bad guy. Is the bad guy. You know why he wants to get people off the street? Not just to make it look cleaner, to get these people help. These people are living off the streets because they don't have anything. And a lot of them are doing it because they can and don't have to worry about any repercussions. They don't have to worry about poop on the streets or no sanitary facilities to go anywhere. So this is just ridiculous that Gavin Newsom is, suing Trump. And then Letitia James. It's funny how states are now suing the president of the United States for doing his job, the job that they refuse to do to protect their own citizenry. I mean, how have we gotten to this point? And again, this isn't a suck up to Trump. I disagree with a lot of the things he does. But when he's trying to help things, there's always somebody who's like, oh, this is just a distraction from the Epstein files. Well, if it's a distraction, how come a Joe Biden appointed judge, when the DOJ requested to release the files, said no? So who's holding this stuff back? That's what I want to know. I just look for answers, common sense answers, not based on political bias on who you're rooting for, based on the facts. You give me the facts, I'll explore them, and then I'll give an educated opinion on them. I don't just follow wackos on the far left and the far right. I try to follow common sense, and I always have in 50-plus years in this business. So we got phone calls coming in. What does the great Dom usually do on the Friday show? Is there a different kind of vibe or feeling?
No, he's all business. He's all business. All business all the time.
Business in the front, and what's the other one about? What's that about the mullets? It was what?
Party in the back.
Business in the front.
Yes.
Party in the back. And we have a couple of party in the back stories we will get to today, too, as we are just getting started on this free-for-all Friday. The last Friday, by the way, in the month of July.
Oh.
You realize that? Next Friday will be August 1st. We're up against it, as they say.
Yes,
we're coming right back. We're just getting this party started. The phone lines are open, 855-839-1210. Lots of great video and audio today. Your calls, your reflections, your reminiscences, shout-outs. You got any special requests, dedications, sweet 16s, bar mitzvahs, birthday parties this weekend? We'll handle it all here. It's the Dom Show. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin Austin on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Jack Chitterelli, I've known you a long time, and you and I consider you a friend. We've gone to games together. We've hung out. I've done events for you. I'm doing more events for you coming up this fall. But it is sauce. It's not gravy. It's only gravy when you put meat in it. Come on, Jack.
In our house, it was only sauce when it was fish, so we make a fish sauce. Otherwise, it's a gravy, Rich. Come on, don't let me down. Don't make me call you to my gun here. You're not a minigun.
Oh, man, this is to be continued, all right?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right. We're back. It's Tony, Bruno, Miss Robin. So many things to get to. We may have to just go on until we run out of material. We've run out of material. Good night, everybody. Have a great weekend. No, we're just getting started. Vanilla Harris, East Coast Kamala. That's the names that people are calling this Jackie, Mickey, Cheryl, whatever. How do you get Mikey? Where do you get Mikey from? Just asking an honest question. What is that a nickname for?
Michael?
Well, her real name.
A woman named Mike. Well, you know, Michael Learned.
Michelle?
Michael Learned was a woman.
Yes.
Right? Remember Little House? No, what was that?
Michael, she was the mom on Little House on the
Little
Prairie.
House on the Prairie. Michael Learned. But they didn't call her Mikey Learned, right? Where does Vanilla Harris, Mikey Cheryl, get the nickname Mikey from? I'm asking for anybody in New Jersey who follows her. That's all I'm just saying. Meanwhile, we got a lot of stuff going on. I mean, so much. Today, The View, I don't know if you saw this morning, and I don't watch it. I just wait for the clips. So The View announced yesterday that they were going on hiatus for a month, which most of these shows do because they run in seasons. They're not on every day, 5 days a week, 360. Nobody is. And so they get a month off so they can go and do some fringe comedy specials or what's her name? Whoopi can make another bad movie that nobody will see. And so they brought on in their final show before this thing ends, this hiatus, they brought on Eric Swalwell. Oh. Eric Swalwell goes on The View this morning. Remember, he proven to have banged a Chinese spy, right? This isn't a made-up fake news, far-right conspiracy. He actually had a Chinese spy that he was sleeping with. Bang Fang, I think her name was, right? So what does he do? He goes on The View to proclaim that we must now go after the spies in this country who are snooping on our intelligence. Talk about irony, huh? And then these jackals on The View were probably nodding, and the applause sign was going, and the people in the audience didn't know whether to boo or cheer because they don't boo or cheer. That's the one thing about comedy shows that have to put an applause sign up. When a comedy show doesn't get laughs, it gets applause. And the applause sign goes on when the producer hits the button for the applause sign to go on. Like when Colbert goes on one of his rants or has some, far left guest on, they applaud. They don't laugh. They applaud. A comedy show is supposed to make you laugh. not applaud.
Right. And they usually, the applause sign is accompanied by a smattering of electronic applause to get people going, too.
Well, especially on shows like Robin's favorite show, Big Bang Theory. I never watched that show, but Robin loves it and she always watches it. So when I hear it in the background, and that's the way you really can tell what a fake audience sounds like. You know, because remember the day the show was filmed before a live studio audience, because a lot of shows were filmed in front of live audiences. Even though they weren't live, they were filmed live, and then they would edit it and put it together in post-production. But now all shows are taped. And so Robin's watching Big Bang Theory, to me, the official end of comedy on television. One of the dumbest, idiotic shows. My opinion, you can watch it 24/7 if you want. See, I give opinions. I'm not telling you not to watch The Big Bang Theory. I don't tell Robin not to watch The Big Bang Theory. I just rip her. But I prove to her how bad the show is. So I'm sitting in another room, and she's watching Big Bang Theory reruns over and over again. And I hear the laughing. And then I say, why is the audience laughing like every 5 seconds? Could this show be really that funny? And then I went in there and sat down and tried to watch it. And then I saw that no matter what any character on the show said, the audience would laugh at the exact same ferocity at the lamest jokes.
Definitely laugh tracked. Because I didn't always laugh.
Bazinga, that's right. Now, of course, you can, I said, Joe Ricciani, and you can watch whatever you want. I'm not here to tell you not to watch The View, The Big Bang Theory. That's what America is. You can watch, you can criticize whoever you want, you can rip me, too. But if you're going to rip me, as I've told Robin maybe 17,000 times in the last 18 years, if you're going to rip me when I'm right, then I'm going to come after you. You can rip me when I'm wrong. I mean, factually wrong. You could disagree with my opinion.
Well, let me.
But my opinions are based on facts. So you can disagree with me based on facts, but don't come after me when I'm right. And Robin still does this to this day. And she's lucky that I have not given her the old heave-ho, a gentle nudge out the door as a reminder.
I'm sure everybody can agree with me. I'm so lucky. Hey, Tony, I'm going to correct you, actually. The Swalwell's spy lover was not Bang Fang.
It's Bang Fang.
Bang Fang.
I said Fang Fang.
You said Bang Fang.
No, I said Fang Fang. He Bang Fang.
Yum, 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 ho, ho.
No, I said Fang Fang. Unless but he Bang Fan Fang.
Yes.
And now he's worried about Chinese spies in the country?
Well, he should know. He should know.
Yeah, he literally should know. He should be the one sounding alarm. Like, I know from personal experience.
The irony of going on The View on their final show before hiatus and then saying we've got to do something about all these spies in our country and selling all of our farmland to China and having them basically take over the country and buy whatever they want. You go to another country and try to buy property. Right, Robin?
Oh, it's
try to go to Italy. Well, you can go to Italy and buy property because there's some towns that are old and you have to spend a lot of money to build these places up.
That are allowing you. They're even allowing you to buy property and become a permanent resident, but you have to live there. That's not what's happening here in the case with Chinese. They are buying property, but they're not moving here. They're becoming huge land hogging landlords and raising prices, and it's making it more and more difficult for Americans to be able to buy homes. That is the problem. And we cannot go. It's not reciprocal. We cannot go to China and buy property.
No, you can't.
Not only can we not buy property there, we cannot buy land.
Right.
And that is an even bigger issue here in the United States, where Chinese corporations have been able to come and buy farmland. Yeah. We should not be allowing another country to control our food supplies. Period.
You're absolutely right, Robin, and that's what's going on. That's what's going on, and people don't want to hear it. Now, of course, the other big stories are in sports. You know, the Eagles training camp is underway. You've got the Jalen Hurts and what's his name, the former quarterback of the guy who blew the 27-3 lead. What's his name? He's not. No. The other quarterback who was there and didn't win the Super Bowl and was crying about it. And he's going back and forth with Jalen Hurts isn't even paying attention to it. He's quirky. What's the guy's name? He says he's had more accomplishments than Jalen Hurts, except he hasn't won the Super Bowl. And I'm drawing a blank here now. You know, exactly. Newman Price says, bang, bang, fang, fang, everybody Wang Chung tonight. There's no doubt about it. Everybody is still Wang Chunging tonight. You know what I mean? Anyway, we're going to open up the phone lines right now, too. Open line Friday, 855-839-1210. Anything on your mind, digital IDs in New Jersey. And I want to play this one cut before we go to a break here. Because nothing gets a Friday started. There's this, I don't know about you, but I just can't get enough of watching Teachers Union, Looney Tune, Randy Weingarten screaming like a banshee. Let's go to the tape and enjoy Randy Weingarten.
Give me a second. I have a lot of cuts I'm scrolling through here.
All right, cut one on the sheet today. Cut one. This is Randy earlier today.
Education is a national goal and a national priority. And instead of dismantling education, this has nothing to do with whether local school boards or school districts should run education. We believe they should. But it says this is a national priority. Our students are a national priority. Education and public education and higher education is a national priority. If we want to be nation builders, if we want to have a future in this country, this is a national priority. And that means our teachers and our paraprofessionals who are the ones who teach kids, they must be a national priority too.
Bounce with me, bounce with me. Not only does she do the Italian hand gestures, and she's not Italian, obviously, like I do, she bounces with it. Remember that song, Bounce With Me, Bounce With Me?
You can tell the desperation in her
She
body.
knows her $500 million a year. No, $500,000. She gets paid like $500,000 to siphon money from hardworking teachers who get paid jack while she's out there campaigning, and the kids are failing in every public school district in the world. Well, not in the world, only in this country.
As a former PTA president of my children's school, I saw firsthand the ineptitude of the school districts. The school district.
And that's a long time ago.
Yeah. And
let's look at the last 10 years, especially.
It's gotten even worse. Teachers got bupkis. They were paying already back then. This is 30 plus, 30 years ago. Actually, it wasn't. My kids are 30, so that would have been 20 years ago. They were paying already out of pocket.
Yes.
A lot of their school supplies. Yet the administrators at the school district up in the upper echelons, they were driving Mercedes and Jaguars, and they only had short work weeks, whereas the teachers were coming in at 6 a.m. and they were leaving at 6 p.m. They had no life. It's just, yes, the teachers are the priority. They should be the ones that are getting the big bucks. They are the ones that are teaching our children, not those fat administrators that are sitting in offices doing nothing.
Exactly. And that's what we want. We want our kids to go to school and learn the basics. What's so hard about wanting the kids to learn reading, writing, arithmetic? Now, I sucked at arithmetic, but I was good at reading and writing. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad, I believe, as a Meatloaf once sang, right?
I guess that's why we're in this industry.
That's exactly right.
In Psychology Today, there was just an article where they say that if you have your frontal lobe electric shocked, it'll help you learn math better.
Exactly right.
So you need electric shock therapy, Tony Bruno.
Well, I've had other things happen. Injections, and I don't like electric shocks, though. I've done a lot of electrical work, and I'm not an electrician, but I rarely, if ever, get it. But when you do get that one time when you don't realize the wire's hot, there's no worse feeling than that feeling of getting an electric shock, right?
Bazing.
I don't mean the ones where you used to put the thing in the hand, the buzzer, and then you trick somebody when you shake hands. Remember, you got that little buzzer and you got that electric shock.
There's even some stupid game out there where you had to hold on to a rod.
No, that was
Miss Robin, I know exactly what you're talking about because I played that in arcades.
Not Operation.
No.
Operation. It just the light went on the nose of the patient whose intestines you were pulling out.
It zinged you a little bit, but there was one that actually it hurt. I think I only played it once, and I'm like, I'm not stupid enough to play this game again.
What was that game with the shocker?
What was that game?
Well, the shocker's a different game. That's what wrestlers would do back in the day when they would get their opponents down in collegiate wrestling, as you well know, for all of you. Finishing move, which has not been used in the WWE or in any legitimate sports sanctioned activity. The shocker is, you know what the shocker is, right, Robin?
It's called lightning reaction.
Lightning reaction, not the lightning round. I've never seen that game.
Lightning reaction. See if you can, Henry. See if you can find a picture of it. These like handle thingies,
but those were in arcades. They're not home games. There was these stupid ones in arcades where they would have you put money in and see how long you can last as they crank the voltage up. Ugh. Why would I put $1 in to want to prove to people that I can take 10,000 volts? What is that thing at Dave and Buster's? You're smashing that thing, and chicks are coming from everywhere. When you start beating up on that bag, the heavy bag. And I've eaten a lot of heavy bags in my day, but you know what? I don't hit them, though. I just
found it. I'm going to change to my screen here. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, no, never mind. I thought I was
calling in. Big Bang Theory is too cerebral for you, Tony. Really? The Big Bang Theory is cerebral?
So you
have to take your brain out to watch that show, okay? You have to have your brain removed and put in a glass to actually think that show's funny.
Yeah, true.
Even that show.
You know what it is, though, Tony? It's like a mindless show.
And I love mindless stuff.
Well, then why don't you like that one? Because
I think these people are nerds. Remember the movie Nerds? I love those nerds. The original nerds in the movies. These guys weren't even nerds. They were dorks. They were creepy. They were really, really creepy people who I would never go into a room and sit down and say, "Hey guys, what's going on?" I wouldn't want to be around them. Not because of what they talk about or maybe they're gay, a couple of them. I don't care about that. I don't care about gay people or straight people or anything. I care about the laugh tracks every 5 seconds on a show. If you have to use laugh tracks every 5 seconds, then maybe your show's really not that funny. If you have to tell the people watching at home that they don't realize that it's the same people laughing every single joke every 5 seconds. Count how many times they put in the fake applause for the most innocuous line. It's not even like a good bam. That was a great joke.
Sometimes it's funny, but so they appeal to the people that like sci-fi shows, that like Star Trek, Star Wars.
And I don't mind Star Trek. Listen, Comic-Cons this weekend in San Diego. And I've been to Comic-Con type things. We've done them in Philly. I like the monster ones where people dress up as monsters, and when chicks dress up as vampires, they can suck my blood. I don't want them to suck the blood. Just give me a little hickey here. I'd have no problem with a hot woman dressed as a vampire at a Halloween.
Giving you a hematoma?
See, if they called them hematomas, people wouldn't do it. They were just hickeys. I know, but let me give you a hematoma, baby. That's a great hematoma. You must have gotten lucky last night, huh, pal? Did you get to second base at least before you got that hematoma on your neck? Henry, how many hickeys received in your lifetime?
In my life? Yeah. Oh man, I don't think it's been since high school. For anyone in my family who might be listening, it's 0.
That's nothing wrong. There's no nothing. It wasn't sexual.
No,
it was just heavy petting. You go to the drive-in, you give somebody a hickey. You weren't like going the back seat down the lakes, going full, and walking out and taking a leak down at the lakes in South Philly, down at Broad Street and the sports complex.
A hickey is a sign of possession. That's all it is. It's like this is so that you can show off that you own this person, or flip it around that you are owned by somebody. It's a
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Nobody says, "Hey, you know who I got these hickeys from last night?"
Yes, they do.
Did you do that in grade school, Robin?
Yes, I know that it happened. I had friends that go, "Look at what so and so gave me yesterday." Oh my God, that's stupid. It is not a.
I'm cutting out today. I hear that I'm cutting out.
Yeah, let's go to break.
Somebody may be censoring me. We'll take a break. We're coming right back. Phone lines are open, 855-839-1210. It's Friday. It's a free-for-all. We're enjoying the summer of love, the summer of 2025, the last Friday in July on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Camping World needs to get on board with Kale and Company. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
Come on, let's go, Skopanich. I give you all these ideas. I mean, one of them has to hit, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, it's part of it. I just wanted an extended break away from the wife and kids.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
There are so many threats to your retirement future, from geopolitical clashes to economic volatility. But the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System protects over 6,000 clients from each and every one of those threats.
My name is Fred Everly, and I'm a Crash-Proof retirement consumer that joined Crash-Proof 2022. Everybody should consider Crash-Proof retirement if you really want to save your nest egg, especially in the environment we're in right now. You have the opportunity to make not just 4 or 6%. You could go into the double digits, and that interest will earn more interest. I'm not losing any more money. The only thing I can do is gain, and that puts a big smile on my face.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Extreme heat, power outages, don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 WPHT listeners get a special offer. $300 off your generator installation, a 5-year extended warranty, and 1 year of free mobile link monitoring. Call now, 610-539-2920. That's 610-539-2920.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, and elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Back here on the scene with the Dom Giordano sports. Well, it's not sports. It's sports news, sports, everything. Traffic, weather, whatever you need, we'll have it for you this afternoon. Barry Sable's going to join us in the next hour. And Robin's looking for some new jewelry, so we'll see if we can hook her up. No, I know he's not in the business. Talk to him. He's got some stuff coming up this weekend involving the Eagles. Hall of Fame weekend, as you know, in the NFL and in baseball, actually. So it's the time of the year where, football training camps are underway. We'll get to the Dallas Cowboys. By the way, do we have that Dallas Cowboy thing? Because, the Cowboys fans, Eagles about, the Dallas Cowboys look great this year, and this is their year, which they've been saying since 1996. Not only the last time they won a Super Bowl in Dallas, the last time they actually appeared in a Super Bowl. Now, I know a lot of fans are, down on the Flyers. They haven't won since 75 and 76. Because when your team goes that long without winning a championship in a major city, the fans face the ridicule of having that. The New York Rangers did it the old 1940 when they couldn't win a Stanley Cup, and they finally did in the 90s. But now, the Cowboys, to be a franchise that's one of the most expensive franchises on the planet, not just the NFL, in any sport, the Cowboys, Jerry Jones doesn't have to own the team. And people are calling for him to sell the team. Why should he sell the team if he owns it? Just because he can't win a Super Bowl? If he's the owner and wants to meddle, who's going to stop him from meddling? He thinks he's the GM. He calls all the shots. Maybe he is. Because this is why the Cowboys don't win Super Bowls. But so while the Eagles are in training camp and Jalen Hurts doesn't wear a Super Bowl ring because he's not resting on his laurels, the Dallas Cowboys at their training camp yesterday resorted to the most idiotic, stupid, laughable stunt you will ever see a professional sports team resort to as they get ready to proclaim that this is their year. Let's go to the tape. Watch this and tell me how idiotic this is.
Okie dokie.
Exactly. Now, again, I don't hate the Dallas. I don't hate the people in Dallas. I don't hate the players. But when you come out of the womb in Philadelphia, as I've said many, many times, many, many places, you are immediately, you don't even have to have anybody say anything to you. It's in the genes. It's in our genes. Not my genes that, what's her name is wearing now, Sydney Sweeney. And by the way, she's knocking it out of the park.
Yes, she is.
Which the one she's wearing now?
American Eagle.
American Eagle. She's a patriot. She's MAGA now, I guess. Has anybody said, oh, she's Sydney Sweeney's MAGA now. She's promoting American Eagle genes. But seriously, when you come out of the womb in Philly, it's in your genes. It's inbred. I don't mean like Ilhan Omar inbred. I mean like it's inside your system. It's through your parents.
Speaking of Elon Omar, did you see the video of her district where they went over and interviewed tons and tons of people?
Yes.
Asking whether they wanted to live under American law or Sharia law, and every single one of them said that they wanted to live under Sharia law. That is scary that is happening in the United States. It is. I mean, people wake up. Wake up.
Well, the people in Minnesota have to wake up. Living in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Florida, wherever you live, the people of Minnesota are the ones who elect these people. The people in New York are the people who are going to elect the mayor. So don't blame the people who are in power. Blame the people who put those people in power. If people in New York can't see this Mamdani guy is a socialist or a Marxist and wants government-run supermarkets, or if they can't see that when Barack Obama decided to bring people from Somalia into Minnesota, imagine living in Somalia, right, which is Africa. Right? There's no freezing weather there, I don't think.
No.
It doesn't get down into they don't ice fish in Somalia, right? And Robin and I have been to Minnesota. I've been there many times. It's a great state. It's a beautiful state. 10,000 lakes. We went to the Eagles Super Bowl that year. We were out there on the ice, slimming down the ice luges, enjoying all the ice cold stuff. and then your fingers fall off and you go in and you get new fingers put on the next day. You warm it up, and then you go out and have fun again. It's a beautiful state. But who in their life, if you've been around for more than 30 years and you thought that one day the state of Minnesota would become Somalia North, somebody would say you're crazy, right? And again, if the people in Minnesota want to vote for Somalians to be their mayors and their governors and their senators, that's on them.
No, I don't think that's not the point.
Who votes them in, Robin?
Yes, you are correct. They're the ones that are voting him in, but we should not be allowing in Western civilization for a culture like that to take over our laws. That it should not be allowed.
When you elect somebody into office, this is how it works, Robin, as a political science major and a journalism major in college at Temple University. When you elect someone into office to represent you, whether it's your city council member, whether it's the district attorney, the mayor, the governor, the U.S. senators, the state senators, you elect these people, they enact the laws. That's how it works. So if you elect these people, you expect them to not enact laws that favor. They actually outright are saying that they want to turn, their country is Somalia. They don't care about the United States. They want to turn Minnesota into Somalia North.
The newly elected mayor of one of the towns in there says that she has the most important thing on her agenda is Somalia.
Exactly. Then why couldn't they do that in Somalia? Why couldn't they fix Somalia? And by the way, there was one woman today from Minnesota who was complaining. We got to find that clip. I saw it this morning when I was producing the show. Not producing, Kevin produces the show, or the Hank guy, and Robin produces the show.
Hank guy.
I just look for stories. Hank. I said Hank. I said Kevin. Yeah. Kevin Pulls is trying to produce the show on Twitter but and on the YouTube screen. But he's a good friend, so I'll let him go. I'll let him pass just for today only. We're coming right back. More good stuff. We've got to find the tape of that Somalian woman who was complaining that when she was brought to the United States, they actually put her in Kansas. She was mad that they took her from Somalia and put her in Kansas, so then she moved to Minnesota. Imagine doing that, going to another foreign country, actually being sent to a foreign country, told you're going to live there and you're going to abide by their rules and live by their laws, and then saying, no, this isn't good enough for me. I'm going to change the laws. And everybody else says, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. We're coming right back. More calls, more stuff as we celebrate the anniversary of the greatest guy in Philadelphia television history with the Gong Show. Remember, Robin? Mm-hmm. More stuff. This is the anniversary of the Gong Show. And you know who the guy from the Gong Show was? He was Philadelphia's own. And he was not a spy for the CIA. We'll talk more about that and more next. The Saddam Show on a Friday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready to feel the funk because the legends are back. Tower of Power is bringing the soul, the horns, and the unstoppable groove to Rivers Casino Friday, August 1st. With over 50 years of signature soul, they're still delivering unstoppable music that'll get you on your feet. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets, and we'll see you at Tower of Power.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Oh, filing form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Friday. It's the Dom Show. It's Tony Bruno. Miss Robin, you can follow us on social media at Tony Bruno Show. I'm going to quote Hillary Clinton. The fact that I don't have 100,000 followers on X is something wrong with this country. I'm in the 85,000 area. I need to get to 100,000.
I agree, Tony Bruno.
How do I not have 100,000 or more fans?
You need a campaign to get you to 100,000, I think. That's what everyone
Yeah,
does.
I'm not, listen.
Well, here's why.
I appreciate all my followers.
I can tell you why.
Why, Robin? Because I've been shadow banned?
You still have a shadow ban in place from back in the day.
I do have a Friday morning shadow.
And you haven't had a big enough platform to try and get the shadow ban removed. So that's still
After
there.
you mean after the previous regime at
Yes,
Twitter
after-
had my account taken down
Yeah.
completely and all of my followers erased?
Correct.
Remember those days?
Correct.
Yeah.
Plus, you never paid for followers. There's still a lot of people out there who have high follower counts.
I don't even know if they can get away with that anymore.
Well,
can
but
they?
they got away with it before, and they still have them. Is my point. Like you can't. I don't think you can really do that now, or maybe you can. I don't know.
I don't care about the total number of followers. I care about my followers being real and listening and following. That's all. That's what it is. I don't
Speaking
pimp
of which-
for money. I don't ask for money. Although if you want to tip, I mean, tips are and there's no tax. If you
Speaking of
tip
which-
this show, there will be no tax
That's
to
true.
you.
Speaking of which, we are also live on X.
That's right.
We are live on X today.
Yeah.
People watching, and if you are watching either there or on YouTube, please smash that like button, smash that thumbs up. It helps both us and WPHT's ratings.
What about the Al Gore rhythm about the planet coming to an end very soon?
I don't think that has anything to do with ratings, Tony Bruno. But it does help if you do that and share, retweet, whatever it is that you need to do on whatever social platform you're on. Please do that.
Absolutely. At least you can do it.
yeah.
That's what we want from our audience. Just do the least you can. It's good enough for government work, as I've learned many, many times from my friends who work in the federal government. Haven't you heard that before? Is that the ultimate insult to government? And listen, I got family who are working for the government, okay? When you hear, it's good enough for government work.
Yeah.
If I hear somebody working on my house who I'm paying to do a job, and they say, well, Tony, it's good enough for government work.
I'm like, you're out.
You're out. Then
You're
go
out.
work for the government. Go find a job working for the government. Meanwhile, let's get it back to the Somalia situation here. So I was talking about this one representative I saw this morning on X, talking about what she had to go through to come from Somalia to the United States. Not just come, they were handpicked to come here, right? Barack Obama basically said, all right, we need to get more Somalians in here into the states where people don't normally move from sub-Saharan Africa into cold climates, right?
He specifically chose areas that he knew would be easily encompassed by Islam. So
yeah,
he
and again, that was his decision.
Yeah, so he knew that he put them in areas that didn't have a lot of governance, that the people that he put there would then be able to grow exponentially and create their own little world, which they have done.
So I don't remember this woman's name now. Hank, you pulled this up. What is her name? And we're going to play the cut of how much she's had to go through to be plucked out of Somalia and then put into Kansas. And she says, I'm still in Kansas. I'm not in Kansas anymore, or something like that. Was she in Wicked, this chick?
You're saying this looks like Cynthia Erivo?
Yes, she's no, she's hotter than Cynthia Erivo. I mean, come on. Cynthia Erivo's talented, but she is scary looking. Yeah. Let's go to the tape.
Anything. So coming to the States, everything from the snow to, the housing, the homes that we were all of a sudden occupying, everything was a shock, honestly. Every day was something new, and I'm like, oh my God, this is just getting worse. Yeah,
So what state did you guys land, first of all?
Kansas.
Kansas City.
Of all places, yeah. It was like a boot camp for Maine, basically.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's just like, right, like, I mean, anyone who lives in Maine knows Maine and has ever visited Kansas, they will know what I'm talking about. It's just a lot to deal with as a person of color, honestly, or a black person.
There you go.
Yes.
Well, she's not running in Maine, I guess. So she's not in Minnesota. She's in Maine now.
She's in Maine now.
And doesn't she appreciate the lobsters? Doesn't she appreciate their great governor up there in Maine? The one that looks like a dude?
So I think that there's a
misconception. Imagine that. The guy said, yeah, why would they put us in cold weather? Who wants to go to Kansas? Not even Dorothy wanted to go back to Kansas, but she did. And then they made The Wizard of Oz. And then they made The Wiz. And then they made all the other spin-offs. And now, what's the stupid Wicked? All of these things based on Kansas. But these ingrates who have been plucked out of Africa and thrown into Kansas. And then the guy interviewing her was like, oh, Kansas City. No, Kansas City is not in Kansas. Kansas City is in Missouri. What's the matter with you people? If you're going to come to our country, appreciate it or get the hell out. That's what I say. Could you imagine that?
Well, here's a misconception that I think a lot of people have. Throughout the world right now with all of these asylum seekers, right?
Mm-hmm. She's not seeking asylum. They plucked her in here and said, this is where you're going to stay. And she's bitching about what apartment she's living in. And
Somalian, there were atrocities happening in Somalia.
There's no doubt about it.
Still are. So the idea is that we are bringing in these asylum seekers, but along with asylum seekers, there's an entire plan around it to bring in more and more single men. And you're seeing it happen in every single country that is allowing asylum seekers to come through. It's not just women and children. It is predominantly single 18 to 35-year-old men that are coming over, and they are being brought over, and it's to take over. There's a jihad that the Islamic culture has, and I'm not saying all Muslim people are bad. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that Islam today in the Middle East has a jihad against the world, and they are utilizing the asylum seeker component to slip in their own people, and they want to take over every single country that they go to. They admit it. This is not just me making it up.
No, you're right. I mean, if this was like some right-wing conspiracy, these people flat out say it.
They say it on media.
Yeah.
And so the Western culture is so about, bringing in people of all cultures, of we need to be tolerant. Well, the fact that we are so tolerant has also made us incredibly vulnerable because we don't want to believe that this is happening. We want to be accepting to all these different cultures when we are actually allowing people that want to do us harm to come in. It's just insane.
Exactly. Again, this country was my family is immigrants. So I'm not an immigrant hater. Just do it the right way. That's all. Just do it the right way.
Well,
Is that too much to ask? We got to take a break.
Yes,
We're coming
we do.
back. I think that Barry Sable guy is going to pop in here. Plus phone calls. I want to go open phone Philadelphia or anywhere you're listening around the world. Anything that's on your mind. Don't send your pictures to dear old Captain Tony. I'm not going to steal the late, great Captain Noah shtick. Although, if you're a woman and you'd like to send some photos, Miss Robin will screen them first. So you can send them to at Miss Robin Austin to show that this is not some salacious attempt by me to solicit female photographs for my personal indulgence. That Miss Robin will monitor all of the transmissions that have been sent via X. So DM Miss Robin if you're a female. I don't want to see any guys' pictures. I have enough guys. Just because we have a lot of great female listeners to the show. I know the men are listening. I mean, what men cannot understand the value of this program and the educational service it renders to the community as a whole? You know what I'm saying? You following me, Hank?
I gotcha.
Plus, we'll have a big butt week segment coming up in the next hour. Not big butts. I love them, and I cannot lie. We've got a butt-sniffing epidemic now, sweeping California of all places. Who knew? That's all still ahead. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin Austin. It's Friday on The Dom Show, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
With so many options, choosing the right funding solution for your small business can be confusing and complicated. LendSeek makes it easy. Our AI platform instantly matches your business with over 100 funders to find the perfect fit, up to $1 million in as fast as 24 hours. Recently, a business owner needed $100,000 that same day to beat new tariff pricing and avoid a 3-week shipping delay. LendSeek got him funded in just 2 hours. He locked in pre-tariff pricing, kept shelves stocked, and steered clear of the storm. And because LendSeek continually evaluates new funding options for your changing needs, it's easy to see why 90% of our clients come back for additional funding. If you've been in business at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, qualifying is easy, with no collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, and no hassle. LensSeek is open for business. Apply now with no cost or obligation at lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com. LensSeek. You seek, we lend.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Not Dom, the Marquis de Sade Dom. Dom's dis-moi. Dis-moi. Remember that great song, Robin?
That was a good song.
Dis-moi, c'est soi. It is Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, Friday. Free for all. Oh, lots of stuff to talk about. We have the... I don't like to do scatological humor, but it's not even humor. It's reality. That's why we'll do it. Butt-sniffing bandits out there. Luckily, it's not in Philadelphia yet, but hopefully it doesn't spread to the East Coast like a lot of things that start in California. Somebody who spreads all over the country and all over the world.
Well, we had the cheese bandit in Philly.
Well, yeah, that's right, the Swiss cheese bandit.
Yeah.
I don't think the Swiss cheese bandit and this guy on the phone right now have ever been seen in the same place at the same time. We'll have to confirm it right now on the line. A guy I've known for 75, 80 years now. A man who leaves the country routinely and goes to Argentina, I think, or some other foreign country, and is allowed back in the United States. Barry Sable, you hear him here on Talk Radio 1210 on the weekends, and now he's coming on to try to give me some crap, and I will not tolerate his crap today. Barry, how are you, man?
Listen, you're going to let me follow this bandit guy, this smelling
No, we haven't played it yet. You're going to bring up, I'm not going to have you bring up the rear. I'm going to have you lead the way in this hour's butt bonanza segments that we're going to have here.
Well, listen, this is a special week for me. As you know, I pre-recorded it, had Eric Allen in with me the other day. And now I'm talking to Tony and Miss Robin. I'm living large, buddy. What can I tell you?
Well, I'm not Eric Allen. I'm not going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame this weekend, Barry. Eric Allen, one of the great players, not only for the Eagles, but for the Raiders. Guy I used to have on the air every week after he retired.
I know.
Not just one of the great players and great defensive backs in Eagles history, but one of the greatest guys you'll ever meet. Class act all the way. So happy for him, man.
Yep. And I want you to know Uncle Barry's going to be in Canton, Ohio on Thursday as Eric Allen's guest. I will be there with him. I will watch him get enshrined. He's the best of the best. You know, he was only one of my boys through the Sable Diamond years, including yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just an honor to be there, man. And this week we did a pre-recorded interview on Wednesday. Tony, you must listen. Honestly, we talked about many things, but I promised myself I would make the guy tear up, and I did it.
Well, you made me tear up many times, too, especially when you gave me the bill after I purchased a ring from you.
Yeah, but you could afford it, so I wasn't worried.
Well, back then I could. Now I'm just a retired guy living on Social Security and tips from anonymous phone callers. You know what I mean?
Yes. So I want to know what's going on in the world of Tony Bruno and Miss Robin. What is special? I know you guys are in Florida. I know you don't get up here often. So I want to know, what the heck is Florida like for you two guys?
Well, it's hot and humid. And by the way, it's now so hot we may be breaking heat records, not just humidity, because anybody who knows, and a lot of people from Philly are here in Southwest Florida, all over Florida. The ones who live here sometimes go back to the Jersey Shore because they have homes up there too. But that's what a lot of people do. But our house is almost finished, Barry. The kitchen cabinets are going in, and I know you've done some building stuff. So when you start seeing the kitchen cabinets go in and the countertops, you know you're getting close. And again, a lot of people build homes, and we're building our home, and this is going to be my last and final resting place, so to speak. I've had Robin already call a company that builds those Viking ships, those funeral dirges that they put in the water. And I told her my last request is to be set ashore right outside the back of my house overlooking the beautiful Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America, light that on fire, and then I just float away into the distance.
And listen, I don't want to embarrass you because I know that in regards to sports, there's no one better. But you have transitioned into sports and politics as good, if not better, than anybody I know. If that made you blush, that's the way it goes. I don't care.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that because I started out as a news guy. I started out in journalism. I was covering stories in the 70s. I won In 1973, as a 21-year-old rookie reporter at WFIL, I won the Pennsylvania Association of Broadcasters Best Spot Radio News Reporting in Philadelphia Award as a 21-year-old. So I love covering stories. I love covering elections and knowing the politicians. So when you start out in journalism and your job is to get the 5 W's right, who, what, when, where, and why, which nobody uses anymore to develop a story. Yeah. And then I transitioned into sports. But it wasn't a painful transition because, I grew up in Philly when sports really were bad. And then we got into the 70s, when the Phillies, the Flyers, the 76ers, the Eagles had a good run when Dick Vermeil came in. So that's when I made the transition from news to sports. And obviously that's when sports started exploding on AM radio stations that really had not very many options to talk about. And then sports radio exploded all over the country. So I've been, I adapt as I got older. I embraced social media and podcasting very early, which most guys my age, don't want anything to do with. So as you get older, and you know this, we have to adapt with the times. You can't just sit back and say, back in the good old days, I used to do this and get off my damn lawn. You can't be like that anymore.
Tony, before I get serious with you, I just want you to know.
Wait, this hasn't been serious so far?
Not so far. I haven't hit you the way I want to hit you yet. I want you to know, if you get a chance on Sunday, and I want the listeners to know, Eric Allen was amazing. 10 o'clock, the Barry Sable Show with Friends, 10 o'clock, of course, 1210 WPHT, and it was a great interview. I mean, he's a special guy. That's number one. Number two, what I want to know from Tony Bruno is you've lived almost as long as me. And I listened to you coming down. I took a ride down the shore, and I'm listening to you, and I'm saying to myself, the things that you're talking about are absolutely astounding to me. How disappointed are you in what's happening in America today, and Robin as well?
Well, there's nothing, when you can't control anything, you just, you can't control who the president is. You vote whatever you want to do. And then you have to live with what happens. So, protesting every day. I remember in the 60s when I was protesting the Vietnam War as my fellow students in South Philly were being sent to Vietnam to die in a war that we all knew was stupid. There was no reason for it. Now people demonstrate the time of day. People are out every day, and that's their right. But to me, the protests of today are the most insane, idiotic. I have no idea what they're protesting. If I'm getting paid to go do something, just get a job.
Do they, Tony?
Of course, that's the thing. When you know what you're protesting, you have a right to go out there. But what the people have done, going back to to the pandemic, going back to the George Floyd riots, those people weren't protesting the death of a man that they never heard of or don't know anything about his past. They were being told that this is what you have to do when some injustice occurs, whether it's real or not, without knowing all the facts. We've got to go out and start destroying cities. When did that become the cool thing to do, to go out and start destroying people's lives, properties, and everything else because you're mad about one guy that you know nothing about?
Yep. And the fabric of America, Tony, and I say it on my show all the time, and I take a little discourse from it, is just changed. I mean, when you look at what America is today, 50% of the people that voted in this last election voted to the left. And the things that they're voting for, either they don't know, they're not educated, it's just remarkable to me. Just simple things like boys and girls bathrooms, boys and girls sports, an open border, paying for illegals rather than paying for veterans and homeless. I'm shocked that people would actually vote for these things. It's incredible.
But because you know why, Barry? You know it. Because of social media and the pressure of people in their peer groups to agree with their friends and agree with them on anything they say so they could be one of the cool kids. The people, anybody who's a Trump supporter, oh, my God, you can't talk to them,
Tony,
your family.
You've been in the media. I get it. You've been in the media for all of your life. Explain to me how the media has taken the position on the left. Why would they do that?
Because it became profitable for television stations and radio stations to pimp a cause. I mean, CNN, when they started, they were the worldwide leader in news. They were legendary. They basically put cable news on the map. And now you just go through all the stuff, and then you have the money influencing elections, and you got people who work in these news organizations who are basically married to people in politics, married to Democratic operatives, Republican operatives. So they get their message out instead of just giving you the facts and letting you decide. And I get there's a difference between a news reporter and a pundit. And now news reporters want to be a pundit at the same time rather than just giving me the facts and let me decide. But everybody's a pundit because everybody has an opinion. And when you have people on the air like Jake Tapper and all these other people who should know better because they started as legit journalists and now became hucksters for one party, that's why people are confused. And they believe whatever their friends tell them to believe, who they hang out with, and they have no way of having a constructive conversation if it involves something that they disagree with. And that's the world we live in now. But I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with people disagreeing with me, Barry.
Of course not. I would love to disagree with you today, but I can't. I want to know, is anybody from Clapper to Brennan to all these people going to be held accountable? Obama, it looks like he has immunity.
No, he's not. They're not going to do anything to Obama. They're not going to. He's the president. The president has immunity. Trump has immunity. So that's off the table. But they have to go after these people. The problem is when if they go after them next year in the midterms, then the Democrats will ratchet up the Epstein stuff. And this is just Trump trying to get after the people that went after him. Yeah, it is. Because they went after him even after he left office the first time. They have been on this guy for 10 years. So I don't think he's purposely going. These guys are exposing themselves. That's the bottom line. You don't need any kind of – the fact that there are still some media people who are still looking at files and going back and combing through all the lies, that's what we need. We need still some decent, legitimate journalists who are willing to do the legwork because they keep telling, that's already been said. No, we're finding out things that haven't been known. That's journalism, and that's what we need to keep doing, being skeptical of either party when they say something. All right, I got to run, Barry, because I'm up against it, as they say in radio.
Listen, I'm looking for Tony Bruno on the Barry Sable Show with friends. I'm not going to let you off the hook. You know that.
I got to check my schedule and see if I'm available.
Yeah, check my schedule. I'm going to bribe Robin with 2 1-carat earrings in each, and we'll figure it out then. We'll see.
Wait a minute. Now you're talking, Barry. No, I don't want any CZs. I don't want any switching in the back. I don't want any switching with the CZs in the back, brother.
Please, Tony, personally, have you listen in on Sunday. It's a marvelous interview. And
I will. I'll be up early Sunday morning. Again, what's the time here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT?
10 o'clock, the Barry Sable Show with friends. One thing and last thing, I want to know, when can Barry Sable attend the Tony Bruno classes of radio talk show host? I'm looking to better my skills.
Well, I haven't started that school yet. I will be breaking ground in the weeks ahead when I find another lot in Cape Coral, and I will build the Tony Bruno School of Broadcasting and picking up chicks.
And I can afford you, so don't worry about it, pal.
Absolutely. I may put you on my staff, Barry.
Listen, it would be a pleasure. All I could tell you, you have been a friend of mine since the beginning of time. I'm proud to say that Tony Bruno and I, of course, including Robbins, have been friends and will always be friends.
Thank you, Barry. You're making me break up now. I don't want to get verklempt on a Friday afternoon. You know
what I mean? It goes. I made him tear up. I'll make you tear up too.
Now you're making me sick. Now get out of here. I got to go to a break. You're going to get me fired here, Barry.
That's okay. Listen, you can always join me on my show. Don't worry about it.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen.
See you guys.
Barry Sable, Sunday morning with the great Eric Allen, one of the greatest athletes in Philadelphia sports history. And everybody knows that who watched this man play. Not Barry. He doesn't play anything except with himself every once in a while. We're coming right back. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in for the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Walter Sterling.
A woman walking with her dog spotted what appeared to be a headless body of a woman washed up on the sand. Police arrived on the scene and discovered the apparent corpse was actually a realistic adult toy.
This is a plague throughout the world. Random blow-up dolls tossed away casually into public waterways.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 20% off all siding. So whether you want fiber cement siding or maybe vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. Siding is not just for curb appeal. It also acts as that protective barrier against harsh weather of all seasons. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding completes every project with such care, such precision, and they also go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home and your budget. Don't put this off. Take advantage, 20% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call or text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind, providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity. Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, the number 4, the letter U.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
The working families of Laona Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund. When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Friday afternoon. Beautiful weekend ahead. Hot in many places. Really, really hot all over the country, except in San Francisco, where it's the coldest summer in a long, long time. So I'm not a meteorologist. I'm not a climatologist. But if you want to send me money to have the weather cool down, I will do everything in my power to change the weather sometime next week. That's the kind of power that I have here, bestowed upon me by Dom Giordano and the great Greg Stocker, allowing us to fill in for the last 3 days here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Greg, by the way.
He worked this morning, Robin. He's probably away for the weekend now. Well, he just took off some time, right?
I know.
Maybe he's doing another bike ride.
He normally texts me back right away when I send him stuff. I didn't hear back from him, so I was just wondering.
Yeah, this might be prime nap time for him.
Oh, yeah.
I know Nick Cale's already out for the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Or he's getting ready for WWE and Friday Night Next or whatever.
Oh, he's probably still in mourning over.
Well, who isn't?
Yeah.
Except the scumbags at Gawker Media who were celebrating his death yesterday, just as I predicted.
You know, there are very, very few people that have passed politically that I've danced on their graves. I just can't imagine doing that, especially to people that are not evil. You know, they're not bad people. They just happen to believe something differently for the same outcome. I think most people politically want the same outcome. They want better things for citizens, and they want the country to do well. They just have a different
political
idea.
opinions should have nothing to do with your decency when someone dies, regardless. I don't look and say, wow, that guy was a Democrat. I'm glad he died. Now, the only people whose graves I will spit on, which I mentioned earlier, were the people who worked at Gawker Media and Deadspin. These people deserve.
Well, there's some people that are truly evil.
No, they're vile
people.
disgusting,
Yeah, then you kind of go,
subhuman trash.
Yeah.
Whose deaths I will celebrate. Actually, well, we won't even know when they die because they're so irrelevant that when they die, not even their families will care. Let's go now to Nancy Pelosi, still out there. You know, she's the Speaker Emeritus, which I think you can buy at a local.
Can you buy that?
You go to one of those stores. You know, you go to Hollywood Boulevard and they sell like the fake Oscars.
Is it kind of like your you now are?
No, I'm an ordained minister. My ministry is real.
Yes.
Nancy Pelosi. Well, emeritus means that she used to be the speaker, and now she's old. And how old is she? It's not about age, because the only thing that she drinks that's more age than her is the wine and the vodka that's been distilled 6, 7, 8 times. Because Nancy came out, Nancy this morning, this just happened a few hours ago. So this is sort of like breaking news. Nancy Pelosi was speaking a little earlier today at the Voters of America, Future Voters of America Consortium. Let's check in and see what Nancy had to say.
Their obligation, but also their employees, their customers, the community they lived in. So about 30 times. Stakeholder capitalism. Now we've moved to shareholder capitalism, where the CEO of the company is making like 300 or 400 times what their workers are making. It would take some of our workers a lifetime to make what the CEO makes in 1 year.
Really?
So we have important work to do about fairness and all the rest of that.
Yeah.
How could that be okay? And even CEOs have complained about that and said that's not what capitalism is supposed to be about. 300, 400 times? And it would take, again, a person's whole future. But if you go back, it would take from like well before the revolution for them to have to work all that time to make what
Wait a minute,
boss
Robin, let her
makes.
finish.
So this is unfair, it's unjust, it's undemocratic, it's wrong, it's shameful, and it must be changed. And we are going to, that's our fight, to cancel the cuts. To cancel the cuts, but with a reason, and also listening to how you see what the priorities should be for the future. I'll just again close by saying, and I mean it this time,
You mean it this time, yeah.
I'm from Baltimore. When we're coming here, I felt as though I was going back home to Baltimore. Any Marylanders here? Any Californians here?
I don't know. Let me go out and get another
The national anthem was written in Baltimore, and I'm very proud of that. And one of my favorite lines in it is,
I guess when
Wow. Oh, say, Ken. Here's the irony, and you were bringing it up, and I wanted her to finish. Not since, who was the guy who did the Great Drunk he was on all the roasts?
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, what was his name? But the irony is...
This is a woman who's made more money on insider trading on stocks than any person in the entire world.
Not only that, she buys ice cream that is more than most people.
But a lot of rich people buy expensive ice cream, Robin. The fact that this woman, who has been exposed as she is the greatest stock prognosticator in history. Nobody who's ever bought a stock has made as much money as she has. And she's worried about CEOs making more money than the employees. Foster Brooks, thank you, Shay.
Yes.
Foster, you know what, Robin? I'm thirsty right now. When we go to our next break, I'm going to start the Friday afternoon festivities. And since I'm not driving today, we will have Robin pour a very stiff vodka cran to start off the afternoon. Now, if you're driving or if you're at work and you're not allowed to consume alcohol on your particular job, and again, if you're driving and you want to pull over to the side, don't even pull over. If you want to stop in a bar and start happy hour, just make sure you know when to say when, Robin.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Don't drink and drive. Don't text and drive.
But even better is if there's more than one person in your car, have one person be the designated driver.
Exactly.
You go to town.
You'll be the designated driver later on, Robin. But I want to hear the ice cubes going into the glass, Robin. This is not going to be sound effects and fake Friday afternoon happy hour, because it's only 1:30 here in the East Coast.
Oh, I hope I didn't pack all the glasses away.
If you pack the glasses away, Robin, you're going to have to go to a store right now.
No, just take it straight out of the bottle.
There
No, I don't want to pour it out. What do I look like, Nancy Pelosi to you?
What we are living in right now. I mean, if I had the camera, if I was able to swivel it behind Tony, I don't know if you noticed.
All of my awards. Well, no, my pictures are still up there.
Well, I didn't take any of the pictures off the wall
You
yet.
took my Melania Trump statue away.
I did. She's in the other room waiting to get packed away. But yeah, your shelves are empty back here. There's boxes everywhere. It's just a mess.
People move, Robin. People change.
Yeah.
Seasons change. Anyway, we're coming right back.
And we have
will
a caller.
have cocktails.
And we have a caller.
And we have a caller on the line. Much more still ahead. And yes, don't you worry about it. Butt-sniffing bandit time in California. It's out of control. We'll have those late-breaking developments right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or price stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Want to avoid a big home repair headache? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to fix the small problems before they become big ones. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 40 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Hot sticky with late storms today, with a high going up to a near record 97. Tomorrow drops to 88 for the high. Less humidity, a little more humidity on Sunday with a high of 84. Back into the 90s on Monday.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I mean, what can I say? Now you know why I'm with Miss Robin Austin for how many years now, Robin? What's it going on? 17 years? Who else can do a live radio show? Whether it's our nighttime show, whether it's when we were in L.A. and we're doing the Into the Night show with Tony Bruno from the West Coast, or whether we're here in Florida. I suggested we have cocktails to start the afternoon after listening to Nancy Pelosi opine about how CEOs make so much more money than the underlings while she was sloshed. It made me think. Now, this is real. This is not a fake drink. So, Robin, let's test the pour. Harry Mays would approve of this pour.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. It's a little too pink,
It's
Robin.
pink for Harry Mays.
But, you gotta pace yourself. It's Friday. It's only not even 2 o'clock. I know it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I had to unpack the glasses.
I know. Now, this is a vodka cran, right? And now what you made yourself.
I made myself a gin and tonic.
So Robin had, in a short break, she not only poured a quality vodka cranberry with some pineapple in there, too. You got pineapple juice?
I didn't.
Wait, no pineapple juice? We have a case of pineapple.
I'm so sorry.
I was heaping massive praise on you.
I know.
And you had to make yourself a gin and tonic? And there's nothing wrong with that. But let me just taste this first, folks. Ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to heap false praise on somebody without deserving it, but I'm going to still give her credit for making 2 drinks in what it took to just have one commercial break.
I was like any poor college student. I put myself through college bartending.
Will you be in the champagne room later on this afternoon? That's
no,
what
I didn't dance on the tables. I was behind the bar.
It's not bad, Rob.
Thank you.
Not a heavy pour, though.
And
It's
Tuna Fang, you are wrong.
It's just
Technically, it is 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yes.
It is
Well, no,
already,
it's 5:38 somewhere.
Yeah, 5:38 somewhere. Not only that, like I think.
Aren't there some states where it's like the half hour is it's a half hour different too? I think so.
I don't think there's
Yes.
I don't think there's anything in a state, but Guam, we're already. It's the next morning already.
Yeah, Robin grew up in Guam.
No, I
he
didn't.
was there before. No, she lived in Guam.
I didn't grow up there.
Before Hank Johnson, the congressman, said that if too many people stood on one side of Guam, it would tip over. Now, you were there.
Yes.
Was there ever a time where you felt that Guam was going to tip over if you were working at a nightclub there and there were too many people on that side of the island?
Only when one of the chefs named Tiny, he was not tiny. He was like a good 400 pounds. Maybe if he went to one side of the island, it would tip over, but no. It is the most insane. When I heard that, it is still, he is one of the ones that it astounds me how stupid some of our government officials
He plays a mean guitar, though, Robin. As they said in Pinball Wizard, Stuart plays a mean pinball. Do we have him? Do we have Hank Johnson again? Let me hear that one. Did you just play one? Is Henry there or is it Dad?
My fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
See? I'm not making this stuff up. Those are his words, not AI. This was even before AI. This was when Hank Johnson learned how to play guitar before he was warning people that Guam was going to tip over if too many people were on one side.
Since he said that, he has been reelected at least twice. I mean, it just astounds me. Like, how How do these people stay in office? How did they even get there to begin with? My God.
Sarah White says, there it is. Cheers, Tony.
Oh.
Who in the fan got the point now, Robin? And Minnie out there is listening in. Play Hank Johnson's apology to midgets. No, he's not. Did he apologize to midgets?
Yeah. Oh, man.
I missed that one.
Oh, yeah.
What?
There's a clip of him referring to them as the M word. And then later in that same clip, he says, midget.
I don't remember that. I just remember Guam tipping
bad.
over. And Robin lived in Guam. So this is not some, old wives' tale. Right, Robin?
No. I lived in Guam, and it will definitely not tip over, Hank Johnson.
And if you think it's humid here, what's the humidity in Guam compared to the humidity here in Southwest Florida or all over the country? I mean, it's going to be hot everywhere. Record temperatures this weekend.
You know what? It's very similar.
Because we're in the tropical climate anyway.
Yeah.
By the way, I have breaking news, and I got to get to this because you can't hold these kinds of death notices. This is not quite the level of, Hulk Hogan yesterday or the other people we've lost recently. The inventor of the heat index has died, Robin.
Oh.
He was 88.
Well, if he'd never invented it, we would have been staying cool, right?
He was 88. But he felt like he was 107.
Oh,
come on, Robin. That's a pretty good joke right there.
Before we go to
you made me ruin the punchline.
I'm so sorry. But let's not ruin this punchline. Robert in Ben Salem has been on hold for a while, and he wants to say something really quick before we go.
Robert, what's going on? Good afternoon, buddy.
Hi, Tony, Robin, Henry. Good to talk to you guys today. And
is it offensive if I have a vodka cranberry at this hour of the day?
Well, your ratings might go up. You never know, Tony.
I don't know. My blood alcohol level would be as close as Nancy Pelosi's, but it's if I drink about 6 or 7 of these, I might get near at Nancy's blood alcohol level.
Well, I'll probably be listening with more intentness at that time. But the reason why I was calling was what you were saying about Obama. And yes, I know he's not going to go to jail, but there's a couple things I'd like to see. I would like to see everything adjudicated and put in the public record. And I also wanted to point out that immunity thing that Trump got has nothing to do with civil litigation. And I'm looking at this, and what they were saying, that the process was the punishment. And I'm not saying that's why you do it, but he can recoup a lot of money he lost because these people inflicted obvious career damage on him, monetary loss through legal fees. I mean, I think he would have a case for civil litigation against all 5 of them. I mean, I could be wrong
and
about
I don't think Trump's going to be that bad. I mean, look, he's been suing all these. He sued ABC, he sued 60 Minutes, and he won lawsuits. He sued CNN, and so that's that. Whether you're the president or not, if somebody posts fake stuff about you and lies about you, and you can prove it in court. That's why Colbert is angry. He's angry that Trump won litigation from CBS for the 60 Minutes interview, which they deceptively edited to try to help Kamala Harris. So that's what your recourse is, civil litigation. You're absolutely right. I don't think Trump's going to sue Obama. He doesn't have to. I mean, Obama and his people know that they're even, what's his Clapper yesterday? He said he's lawyering up already. So these underlings, because remember, when they went after Trump incessantly, after he won the election and they were mad because Hillary lost, they went after him incessantly, even when he wasn't the president after Biden won in 2020. So now he's back again, and their job is, once again, to try to shut him down and keep him from doing things. They've been blocking all of his nominees for courtships, judges. He's only had one judge approved. Meanwhile, Biden was appointing judges every week, and they were rammed right through. So I'm about fairness. If you're going to treat one person one way, treat everybody the same. And I'm not crying for Trump. Trump's a big man. He knows how to handle it. He can handle these idiots in the media. He can handle the morons who come after him. I don't have to defend Trump. He speaks for himself, and that's what people hate. They hate people who are strong enough to speak on their own behalf. Because a lot of these politicians, like Gavin Newsom, has this strapper guy, Brandon Richards, as his press secretary. He's even more embarrassing than Gavin Newsom. The stuff that this guy, if you follow, governor's press secretary, press office, is some creepy dude who writes all these excuses for Gavin Newsom and then gets nailed by fact checkers and Grok. So if you want to have a PR office who's just going to print propaganda on your behalf, In this day and age, with real fact checkers and people looking into records, you're going to get caught. But Gavin Newsom doesn't care because he's too worried about becoming the president in 2028 to worry about what he's doing in California right now.
Well, I would submit to you that if he won his lawsuit so far against entities that were just trying to slime him, it would be a slam dunk if he was to sue the people. He could have gone to jail, Tony. I mean, he could have lost everything from something that they trumped up on a hoax. And they have got to pay for that. I'm realistic in that they won't go to jail, but I'm submitting that he could nail them for a couple $100 million at least. And he needs to, man. Something. We're not going to get heads on a pike, but let them heads pay some money then. You know what I mean?
I don't think there's any doubt now because the new stuff that came out from Tulsi Gabbard, they're saying it's all old news. It's not old news. These are documents that had never been seen before, but because they incriminate Obama, and we already knew that Clapper and Brennan and all those guys, they were, and then they said, well, they haven't been saying, Democrats haven't been saying that the Russians hacked the election. And then somebody put together a compilation of all these people on MSNBC and CNN flat out saying that the Russians hacked the election. So what is it? Just tell me the truth. If I believe that the Russians hacked the election, they wanted Trump to win, and you prove evidence and you show it to me, going on TV and being a paid analyst and a paid hack for either party does not prove to me that anything was hacked. So they're being exposed. These documents are finally being revealed, and it's not stuff that we saw before or know. That's why the Jeff Zelenskys and all these CNN analysts who are in deep state hacks who are still being put on TV, that's why all these public servants, all these people in government are trying to protect their own asses, because they know that now that there are people who are looking into and getting all kinds of records we haven't seen, they have no excuse except the media still covering for them with lies. That's the thing that bothers me as somebody with a journalism background. And if it doesn't matter the average person who doesn't think this is a big deal on how corrupt our media is, that's the biggest problem I have. I get politicians being crooked and getting paybacks and grifters and all this other stuff. It bothers me that our media cannot be trusted. It is something that I never thought I would see happen in my lifetime, that the media in this country, once respected people, are absolute hacks and frauds and getting awards, Pulitzer Prizes for lying. How do you get a Pulitzer Prize and not have to give it back after you've been proven to be a liar?
Can I get a final point in on that, Tony?
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
We all know that when it comes to the mainstream media, that anytime a Republican is in office, they're all going to try to be the next Bob Woodward. But every time a Democrat's in office, my apologies to Robin, they're all going to try to be the next Monica Lewinsky. We know this, okay? That's why I say make them pay if you can. Not fantasizing about jail time. Get that money, Mr. Trump, because they took it from you. Illegally.
I hear what you're saying, and a lot of people will agree with you. I don't think Trump needs their money. He needs them to be held accountable, and it's not retribution for what they did to him. What they did to him is if you're an honest, common-sense person and saw what they did to him after he beat Hillary and then after he was out of office and ran again in 2020, and whether or not you think Josh Shapiro and all these other people cooked the books in 2020, you can believe whatever you want. Biden won, even though we know he was hiding for the whole year so people wouldn't have to hear him. But people know the truth. People with common sense know the truth. By the way, President Trump has said today that Barack Obama has immunity regarding the Russian hoax. So if Trump is even acknowledging that nothing's going to happen to Barack Obama, even though he says Barack Obama is complicit, we know he is, but nothing is going to happen. So anybody who thinks Barack Obama is going to wind up in any kind of legal trouble, whether it's civil or federal, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not.
That's why these underlings have to go to jail, just like Trump's underlings went to jail.
The worst that can happen to Obama at this point is that he will be viewed by many as a traitor, but there's nothing that's going to happen to him legally.
Exactly right. We got more still ahead. We got to make sure. Well, we have plenty of time. We have another full hour and 10 minutes of broadcasting excellence before the great Rich Zioli. Now, is Rich Zioli working today?
On a Friday? Tough to say. I'll I'll shoot him a
I need to
text.
know, man. I need to know. We're only an hour and 10 minutes away from the Zioli army. The troops are all assembling around the radio. Is he going to make an appearance today? Again, and I'm not going to criticize him if he takes off a Friday. That's not my style. I just want to know, on behalf of all the Zioli army people who are listening and anticipating, because I see it on Twitter all the time when I'm not even working here. I see, is Rich Zioli going to be on today? People are waiting. They want answers, and we'll have the answer for you when we come back right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jonathan Karns, third-generation owner of Marvin Eans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin Eans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinkanze.com.
The legendary Stylistics. Coming live for one night only. Friday, September 5th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. An unforgettable night of unforgettable hits, starring the unforgettable Stylistics. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss the Stylistics.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Friday afternoon, one drink down. Should I go for two? Should I go for two, Robin?
Oh, it's
we have a break coming up.
know.
By the way, coming up in the next hour, the final hour of today's show, one of my great friends for a long, long time. His name is Jeff Morris. He referred to himself as Mr. Ice Rink. He lives in Canada. He's going through hell fighting cancer, but he's still on top of all that's going on in this big breaking story involving Carter Hart, the former Philadelphia Flyers goalie, and other Canadian hockey players who were taken to prison, taken to jail in allegations that they assaulted women. And we will get the very latest from what's going on in Canada on this story, that not because he was a Flyer, but because he was a hockey player that's been banned. What's the future for Carter Hart? We will go live to Canada in the next hour with our good friend Jeff Morris. We call him Mr. Ice Rink. Great guy. He knows his hockey. Even though he's from our enemies to the north, Canada, will be a good friend of ours. I'm just kidding. But I got to rip Slate, too. Slate, you're garbage. This is the headline. Everybody hated Hulk Hogan. The most famous pro wrestler in history died as a villain and was all too real. Wow. This is by Luke Winkie. Luke Winkie at Slate. Slate is another one of those garbage sites.
I think they're all together.
Yes, Slate, Gawker, Deadspin. I piss on your graves. I will not only spit on it, I will urinate on your graves and post it proudly. You're a scumbag, Luke Winkie, and nothing good should ever happen in your life, you piece of garbage. We got to take a break. We're coming back. I don't want to get too riled up.
Wow. I think Henry had his finger on the dump button.
Yeah, you were getting real close there.
As a skilled professional, I know where the line is. There are sometimes I've slipped.
Reassure you, Henry, that I knew that he wasn't going to go there.
I have spoken countless millions of words in 50 years on the air broadcasting, and have only slipped maybe once or twice in my anger. The fact that I have not slipped in my anger towards the scumbags at Slate, Gawker, and Deadspin is a modern-day miracle. Say hallelujah. We're coming back with the 2 o'clock hour. We'll go to Canada. We'll get the latest. And the great Jim from Cheltenham, the official archivist, has breaking tape that we will play on a Friday. Where else are you getting this kind of quality entertainment and information? Nowhere except Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get high-quality furniture, your style, your way at Bucks County Estate Traders. Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture perfectly customized, plus every item has a QR code to make shopping seamless. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is the 2 o'clock hour already. Can you believe how fast these shows going by? 3 hours is not enough time.
I know.
To get to all the important matters that affect the world today, especially on a Friday afternoon. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, the great Henry, or Hank Machete, as we call him.
Yes.
Even Big Dan, the producer, is still hanging around. Just his dumb button finger has been itchy today.
Both of them.
Thinking that somehow a grizzled veteran professional such as myself cannot contain himself from using profanity on the air. Who do I look like, Hunter Biden? I don't even know how to make crack, even if you gave me the ingredients that Hunter revealed the other day on that Channel 5 exclusive interview. I'm not some...
That was the air coming out of the room when we... we heard
we
that
got
last
people
time.
at the 1210 studios like, oh my God, Tony's going off.
You know, in
He's
private
gonna
parts,
drop
that a big red button that,
he's
cuts
gonna
off
drop the F-bomb. Oh, my.
Oh, Lord.
Anyway, we are underway. It's the final hour, and we have breaking news. Do you have a breaking news sounder in the studio? Because I want the people out there to know what's happening. There's nothing being hidden on this show. This is total transparency, other than me taking my clothes off. You will not see more transparency than this program. People have been asking, the Zioli Army on a Friday afternoon, twitching, wondering, will Rich Zioli be on the air today? And again, I'm not one to judge. I mean, it's the summer. Rich Zioli works hard. He goes to all the events that matter. He is the voice of Philadelphia when it comes to the national scene. But Rich Zioli will not only be the father, he will not be on today. But guess who's filling in today, ladies and gentlemen, coming up at the 3 o'clock hour?
Which is very fortuitous because we have a question to ask of him based upon a caller that is on hold.
We have many, many questions, and we get many, many answers. But before I do that, the first drink is down. It is happy hour. As you can see, I got my French vodka distilled, quality assured by local growers. So this is from Sam's Club, right?
Yes.
This is Maker's Mark.
But it's, by the way,
yes,
Maker's Mark, they make it in the same distillery that Grey Goose is made in.
So this is basically Bobo Grey Goose that you can get at Sam's Club. I don't get paid by Sam's Club, but I should. But this is quality vodka.
Is that a half gallon?
No, this is from, let's see, what's the size of this baby?
It's a big,
I
don't know if it's your camera or the angle, but that thing looks enormous.
That's a big bottle right there, lady. Nancy Pelosi can finish this off in an afternoon. Come on, man.
No, I think it's the same size as
Product of France, bottled in Canada. And this is a wheat vodka.
Which is pretty much Grey Goose.
It's Grey Goose. It's basically Grey Goose.
It's very good. I highly recommend.
It's a Grey Goose but it's basically Grey Goose
and it's
at like half the price.
Yeah, half the price.
So let's pour a fresh one here. But do we have the God Farmer of Soul on? Mr. Ice Rink, is he in?
Mr. Ice Rink is on hold, I believe. So while you are pouring, why don't we get the fabulous Mr. Ice Rink on?
Ladies and gentlemen, and then, we joke around a lot on this show because it's all about fun and games, and then you have serious stuff going on. And when things get serious, we deal with it seriously. And one of the big stories, not just in news, but in sports, but also in pop culture and in reality, is the story of Carter Hart, former Flyer goaltending phenom. I mean, he was the franchise guy, the face of the Philadelphia Flyers.
He was one of 5 junior hockey players that was accused by a woman in England of rape. It just came out today that they were found not guilty in the sexual assault case. And Jeff has been following this right from the beginning. Obviously, he has a lot more information than we do. I have opinions on this, and I think that Jeff should be the one to explain everything.
Jeff
Hi,
Morris. Now, we've known Jeff for decades, right? Even when I was back in L.A. with Andrew Siciliano back in 2000. So we're talking 25 years ago that Jeff Morris has been calling in as Mr. Ice Rink, the God Farmer of Soul, and he is going through his own personal hell right now, fighting cancer. He posts updates all the time on his social media. Jeff, first of all, I'm going to say we're thinking about you, buddy. We're hoping everything's okay. Before we talk about the Carter Hart situation, what's the latest on your health situation, brother?
Well, you know what? Thanks for reaching out to me too, and things are going really well. I have multiple myeloma, which is a bone marrow plasma cancer, and it's been a challenge for the last few years. I lost a quarter of my skull. I had a brain tumor. This is a cancer that attacks your bones, and mine over the winter attacked some of my organs, which I told my oncologist, dude, I'm not going to give you anything vanilla. I'm going to make you work. And so I lost part of my kidney. I lost an adrenal gland. Thank God we have 2, or Tony, I'd be really boring. And have a tumor in my stomach. And I'll tell you the good part of it, Tony, is it fixed my golf swing totally. So everything's great. And I want to tell anybody who's dealing with anything like this, I just want to say cancer has been one of the greatest gifts I've ever been given. It's changed my life in so many positive ways, and it's made me live day to day, hour to hour. It completely eliminated a lot of stress in my life, and I'm just enjoying every moment I can. And I don't even buy green bananas anymore. That's way too far in front for me. And I've met incredible, wonderful people on my journey, and so many people that have reached out to me. And it's actually been the greatest gift I've ever had is being sick. So I want to say thank you to everybody and that's reached out. And so things are going great.
Well, it's great to hear, Jeff. And I know so many people we know, and cancer sucks, and we know that there's so many forms of cancer. Many of them have been, conquered. My dad died of leukemia. Now leukemia is one of those illnesses that if they treat it early, they can catch it. Same thing with prostate cancer and many other forms of cancer. But there's so many forms of cancer, and some of them, we still are a long way away from getting it done. But we pray for you every day, brother. You know how much we love you. You started out as a listener and you became part of our family. So we think about you every day, man, and really appreciate you giving us the information on your health. And we love it. We love you. And one thing that you do also is provide for us information on hockey. And this Carter Hart situation with the rest of those minor, those junior hockey players that were taken away, their careers were ended. Right at Carter Hart was an emerging superstar in the National Hockey League. That doesn't take anything away from if he had actually committed a crime, because if he committed a crime, then he should go to jail like anybody else who commits a heinous crime. So give us the latest.
The accusation was 2018. So
2018 in junior hockey. He comes into the league, and then what happens? They railroad him in Canada. And they put him in jail, right? Was he in jail? And give us the latest and how this thing transpired until the recent decision that they were cleared of their charges, at least in the court of law.
Well, what happened was these were all players from the 2018 Canadian World Junior Tournament team. And So these kids were all 18 and 19 years old. And what happened was the team had a gala in June in London, Ontario at a hotel. And, there was a woman there that was flirting and dancing with a bunch of the players. And she invited a player or two up to her room. In court, she was only known by the initials of EM. And the next thing you know, sexual mayhem was taking place. Other players were coming in. The players were saying she was behind the whole thing, wanted to have a, sexual mayhem. I don't know what else you can call it on the radio, but
they were,
there were a number.
They claimed that she was okay with the orgy at the time.
Yeah, and some of them, some of them said that they actually had her filmed giving consent or film videoed on their phone, and that was inadmissible in the case. So there were a lot of conflicting stories and things. Now, what's really interesting about this, Robin, is that she filed a civil suit and it was settled out of court by Hockey Canada, and the players weren't even involved in it. So she had been paid off probably up to $1 million or $2 million. I don't know what the exact figure is. And what happened was a reporter from TSN a couple of years later found out about it and broke the story. And then all of a sudden, partly because it was shocking, partly because of the woke culture, partly because of the dirty stuff behind the scenes with Hockey Canada. There's been a number of instances that came out where Hockey Canada has been taking money from registrations for minor hockey across the country from kids' registrations and use that money in a pool of funds to pay off people that have gone through stuff like this. So the culture of junior hockey was ugly, and that was what was really exposed to this. And these 5 players, there was Carter Hart, there was Alex Formanton of the Ottawa Senators, Dylan Dubé, Cal Foote, Michael McLeod were the other guys. They got caught into this, and again, they're kids. So all of a sudden, when this breaks, they're all calling each other to try to get their stories straight, which again is something else that kind of went off the rails. And when all was said and done, this should never even probably have gone to court. I mean, it did do a lot of good things because it completely made Hockey Canada revamp everything as far as their junior program. I mean, a lot of their major sponsors pulled out, and they basically rebuilt Hockey Canada, and culturally they're rebuilding Hockey Canada, because you guys have been around hockey. You know what the hockey culture is like. It's a gong show, so they're trying to clean that up. And the thing with Carter Hart that's interesting is that here's a guy that like Tony said, he's a superstar. He's the face of the franchise, and in Canada, he was going to be the Olympic goalie. He was going to be the next. He was going to be the next Roberto Luongo, and all of a sudden his career's over. And Alex Formanton's actually officially retired, and he's working construction in Barrie, Ontario right now. So a couple of the guys, one guy went to Switzerland, a couple of guys have been in the KHL. So they were acquitted. It was a 5-hour. The Superior Court Justice was a woman named Maria Caroccia, and she spent 5 hours recounting the evidence before handing down the ruling in a London, Ontario court yesterday. And I mean, it was very predictable. You could see what was going to happen because there were too many holes in the case. But what happens with Carter Hart now? The NHL is suspending these guys upon pending review just based on this behavior isn't consistent with the NHL. But if they dug into every single guy that played junior hockey, everybody's got a bad story from a party that went wrong somewhere. I mean, they're opening up a can of worms, and in the CBA, they're not allowed to suspend these guys. So Carter Hart, the Edmonton Oilers already want him.
What he did, and these guys did, maybe it's not up to everybody's cup of tea, but having an orgy is not something that a lot of people don't oftentimes aspire to. Like, it's not, and there are women who are into that. So, I mean, as a woman, I am saying that this is, to me, they got railroaded. One, the fact that the video of her asking, or not asking for it, but saying that this was okay with her, they had the foresight to actually get it on video that she was okay with doing this because they knew that this could be a problem, and they wouldn't admit that video. That is insane to me.
Yeah, and the other thing too that came out about her was that a lot of during the trial, a lot of the people were saying, and the pundits and whoever were saying that some of this stuff was being withheld because she is in a relationship now and she didn't want this stuff public. She didn't want to come forward with this. The Crown took it after they found out what the TSN reporter broke. So I mean, this destroyed her life. It destroyed the lives of these 5 players. Like, nobody wins in this situation other than the next generation of hockey players coming through Hockey Canada. It gets cleaned up a little bit, but
and the lawyers.
It really was.
The lawyers win too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, did they ever win? I mean, this is our OJ case or whatever. But when you look at the comparables, there really aren't any. Like, you can't compare it to Ray Rice or you can't compare it to Deshaun Watson or anything like that in the NFL. I mean, baseball, you've got Wander Franco, which is a complete mess. But something like this is never really. I mean, something like this happens often, I would imagine, and I don't think we've ever seen anything like this with this many tentacles before. So, and with Carter
really
Hart,
quick,
I mean,
Jeff,
he's on hold. What's that?
There's some people that are asking exactly what happened, that those of you do not know. So these 5 players were at a junior hockey gala, and the accusation is that she consented to go with one of the players up to a hotel room and have sex. And then the other 4 players came in the room, and she claims at some point that they forced themselves on her, or that she wasn't consensual because she was drunk. And they say that she was consensual, that she was fine with the other 4 players joining them, right?
And there were also, Robin, there were other players in the room too. There were players watching. So there may have been 8 or 9 or 10 players in the room.
Okay, but the accusation is, she claims at some point that she was too drunk to consent, and they are saying that there's video evidence that she was not, that she consented. Now, here's my opinion. I, as a woman, know that when alcohol is involved, there are 2 instances when consent is not even possible. When somebody is too drunk to walk, they are stumbling, they cannot make their own decision, or if they're blackout drunk. But if you are just, you've had a few drinks and you're a little bit looser, 90% of the population, adult population, would be having non-consensual sex on Friday and Saturday nights if that were the case, because alcohol is oftentimes involved. Now, what it does it makes you make stupid decisions sometimes, absolutely, but they are your decisions. And so you might regret something the next morning, absolutely, but this is the chance that you take when you have had alcohol, and you need to be smart about the situation, and you cannot go ahead and blame somebody else for the decisions that you made under the influence. If you've had, now I'm not saying that if you were, I'm accepting, when you can't walk, or if you're absolutely passed out, but that was not the case in this, from what I understand, and from video evidence that was not allowed to be brought into evidence, which is outrageous to me. Kids,
yeah,
they do stupid things, and I think that all evidence, whether if there was evidence there, it should have been allowed.
We're talking with Jeff Morris, former ESPN hockey analyst. Guy lives in Canada. He's going through his own personal hell of fighting cancer in his body, but has been on top of the entire hockey Canada. Now, listen, and I've said this anytime. When somebody's guilty and when a woman charges people with sexual assault, you believe the woman. When you investigate and now the charges have been cleared, the bottom line here, Jeff, is that these guys probably will not be allowed to play in the NHL. That's the bottom line, right? Despite the charges being gone.
Well, that's what the thing is now, is because in the CBA, the NHL is not allowed to do that. So the NHLPA is fighting on behalf of the 5 players to let them back into the league. So, and out of the 5, Carter Hart is the one that everyone's after. The Edmonton Oilers are publicly after him because he's the goalie that they need to win the Stanley Cup, because they've lost 2 Stanley Cup finals in a row because of goaltending. And Carter Hart is the guy. And if Carter Hart's reinstated, has a good first half, he may as well. I mean, he might very well be the Olympic goalie in Canada, because right now we've got Billington from St. Louis was the goalie in the Four Nations Cup, and so it's a big deal with him. I mean, there's millions of dollars at stake for these guys, and whether the other guys can get their careers back, or I mean, who knows? It's uncharted territory, and you want, and Carter Hart, out of everybody, really took the high road in this. And it's been admirable, because he was the one that kind of came, and nobody denied taking part, but what he did was, he was very upfront, saying, I'll go and speak to people about how wrong this behavior is. He'll be the face of it and he'll wear it. And he's been admirable, and his lawyer's been excellent through this thing too. So you really kind of hope this goes away, because everything, it's not a right and a wrong here. It's just a bunch of wrongs. And I think that alluding to what Ms. Robbins said, okay, you consent, you whatever, but the behavior of the players during this went too far, and they dehumanized the woman, and so there were lines crossed that there's such gray area, and things have to be proven, but it's just a black eye for everything all around. But the good thing is that it is cleaning up the culture in Hockey Canada.
That's awesome to hear.
No, that's great. And we'll see what happens. I mean, hopefully the NHL looks at this, and I hope, and you mentioned the Edmonton Oilers. I don't know what the Flyers' take is on this now that it's been cleared up. But we'll see what happens. And it's obviously not just a story about hockey or the Flyers. There's a lot of people don't think about hockey or care about hockey. This is a story about players or individuals, involved in a sex scandal, and finding out at the end, that justice was done, and that these players, even though they were stupid, should not have their lives destroyed as a result of what happened on that one night in Canada. I'm not excusing it. If you are convicted, if you are implicit, if you've been charged and convicted with undisputable evidence that you've committed a crime against a female, you should spend the rest of your life in jail. Like that guy in Idaho, he should go to the electric chair or the gas chamber or whatever they're using these days. But now justice has been served, and that's all we want. We want to see the justice, the legal system play its way out, and now we'll wait for the answers from the NHL and the hockey teams. And if the Edmonton Oilers land him, I agree with you, Jeff, they could basically set themselves up for a couple of more Stanley Cup runs with a great goaltender in Carter Hart. Always appreciate your time, sir, and I'm glad we got back caught up with you, and we'll keep in touch and make sure everything's all right.
I'm so glad that we had a chance to say hi again, and let's talk soon.
Jeff, thank you, brother.
Okay, thanks very much for having me. And for anybody out there fighting cancer, tough times don't last, tough people do. Keep fighting.
Thank you, brother. You keep fighting too, my friend. The great Jeff Morris, Mr. Ice Rink in Canada, on the latest on the hockey players, the junior hockey players who were charged with rape. And now that situation has been cleared up. And we'll see whether the NFL allows them back and the NHL allows them to play again. That's the next question. We got to take a break. We're coming right back. We told you earlier the breaking news. Rich Scioli is taking a Friday off, which he has a right to do because he is Rich Scioli, and it's the summer. And you take off summer. That's why Dom took off, and that's why we're filling in. People take vacations. Not like Congress where they take a couple of months off here and there and don't do anything even when they're working. So the great, have I ever released who's being on?
Not yet. You have not.
Big T.
Yes, one of my favorite people. Should I release who's filling in for Dom today, or did I earlier do it prematurely?
Why don't we hold over, take a break, and let people sit on it for a few minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, just sit on it, but don't rotate though, because that would be dangerous.
The caller that we have on hold, we are going to be asking a favor of the fill-in host because of who the caller is, and there's a whole.
Oh wow, we got all kinds of different.
Yes.
We got it's like a puzzle.
Yeah.
We're trying to put together a puzzle, and it weaves into a perfect ending.
Yes, it
as we
does.
approach the Rich Cioli show coming up at 3:00 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Extreme heat, power outages, don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 WPHT listeners get a special offer. $300 off your generator installation, a 5-year extended warranty, and 1 year of free mobile link monitoring. Call now, 610-539-2920. That's 610-539-2920.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Verizon, lock in a low price on the best 5G in Philly and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office, get that almost impossible dinner reservation, and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $50 a month for a single line. That's right, just $50 a month when you bring in your phone on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. The results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yes, Tony, Bruno, Miss Robin, so much stuff to talk about today. And the Chicago Tribune, this is breaking news. They laid off 5 Guild staff members. There's a roughly 10% cut to their newsroom. And so significant layoffs now in media. We're seeing it every day. I wonder if Colbert will go out there and have a stage a protest for the Chicago Tribune workers who are being fired and people who are being laid off and fired in every way, shape, and form, in every job, whether it's government or private sector. Why do we only care about celebrities when they get fired? That's the question I want to ponder this weekend as I have my second vodka cran. But let's go back to the phones, Robin.
Just really, really quick. Speaking of vodka crayons, Jeff Morris, who we just had on, says, "Thank you for having me on. I'm having a shot of Pepto-Bismol and vodka in your honor."
Exactly.
Ew. I'm sorry, Jeff, but it was great talking to him.
Yes,
anyway,
it was.
Let's go to the phones.
Let's go to the phones. Who do we have on the line right now?
We have Jim and we got Earl.
Oh,
Jim. Let's go to
Let's
Jim.
go to Jim. Now, he was on yesterday, but he didn't bring any of the archives of the Tony
Correct.
Bruno.
And then he sent it to me, which I then sent to the studio.
So we have some tape from
Yeah.
him of my back. Again, this is your life, Tony Bruno. It's just Jim has some of the great moments that I never recorded, but he has. And some of them are silly, but let's see what he has today. Jim, good afternoon.
How you doing, Tony?
Beautiful, man. Absolutely.
We got a hot day here in Philadelphia, 92 degrees right now.
Yeah, 92 degrees. It may be record-breaking heat here in Southwest Florida, which is hard to believe because it's been in the 90s every day for the last 4 months. So even here they're worried about the heat.
These are the days you used to say the plastic is slip cover alert.
You're right. I was the only radio personality in Philadelphia history that would issue the plastic slipcover alert when we had weather of this magnitude, so that people who lived in South Philly, and not just in South Philly, the Northeast, who would put the plastic slipcovers on their beautiful sofas and lounge chairs would not sit down with the shorts on in the summer when there was no air conditioning and get stuck and have their skin ripped off the back of their ankles and the back of their thighs when they got up in the summer. That's how much I cared about the people of Philadelphia and their skin being ripped off. Just like a cigarette. When you had an old cigarette with no filter on it, and then you would pull it off and you'd rip that bottom lip off. You ever do that, Robin?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, of course. Jim?
No longer.
Okay.
What do you have for us
The clip we
today?
have goes back to April 1990. When you were
1990? How many years
when you're
ago
on
is that?
12:10 a.m. in the morning.
How many years ago is that now? Because I'm bad at math.
35 years ago.
35 years ago, Robin. Where were you 35 years ago, Robin? Let's see if she remembers now.
35 years ago. This was even before my kids were born. I was in high school.
Dude.
Wow.
Henry, where were you 35 years ago?
I was just but a glimpse of my father's eye at that point, I guess.
A glimpse?
Yeah, a glimmer, whatever the phrase is. A look.
Well, this is the day that Pete Rose was caught with tax evasion.
And you know I love Pete Rose. God bless his soul. But we were doing funny stuff, because we had joke services. And, being a morning guy, you get all these people to deliver jokes to you. And a lot of them I didn't like, but I read them because that was sort of it was almost like mocking the joke service, writing jokes. And this was a morning when Pete Rose had issues with the law, and I read some stupid jokes on the air. Let's go back to the tape, Jim.
Bruno in the morning. Oh, stop it! You're killing me.
Come on, it's not that funny. It's Friday morning. It's 7:43. Sorry about that, folks. 7:43. I didn't mean to startle you. 17 minutes before 8 o'clock. Pete Rose may face prison now for tax evasion. He copped the plea. He'll get off easy, probably. Bases apparently weren't the only things Pete was stealing. Of course, we understand now that on Pete Rose's next bubblegum card, he'll be wearing his number under his chin, of course. And finally, from the Pete Rose joke service this morning, Pete Rose's reputation is so bad now. How bad is it? He's like a Leona Helmsley who chews tobacco. That's how bad he is. 7:44.
There you go, Tony.
Yeah, that was morning radio 1990 when I was half asleep and I was talking to shut-ins and people who weren't paying attention
See, here's
to anything that was going on.
Like, you still sound exactly the same.
Do I? I was a little late. I was like subdued back then, though. But that was early. I went on the air at 5 a.m. I didn't start at 6 a.m. like Greg Stocker and Nick Cale in the morning show. I was on the air at 5 a.m. And by the way, back in 1990, when I went on the air at 5 a.m. on talk radio WCAU, I was the number one show in Philadelphia between 5 and 6 a.m. because everybody else, all the other people would stumble in at 6, 6:30,
Now,
7
Tony,
o'clock.
From that time period, don't we also have a clip of the spaghetti?
Spaghetti breakfast.
The spaghetti
The zany
breakfast?
things we were doing way back when, when David Letterman was doing stupid human tricks.
Henry, do you have that?
You have that
Spaghetti
clip,
Yeah,
too?
just give me a second here.
Okay, now we would do things like, can you hit a golf ball across the Delaware River from Penn's Landing? Because
Right.
all these tough guys who play golf, they had their big drivers. Oh, I can hit a golf ball 1,000,000 miles. And then so we did this thing, but the Coast Guard made us use floating golf balls because they didn't want to pollute I'm not making this up. They did not want us to pollute the Delaware River with real golf balls, so we had to bring floating golf balls. So then I said, would anybody
Tony,
eat
here it is.
spaghetti at 6 o'clock in the morning? And we did the show at the old Garden State Racetrack. Let's go to the tape. This is 1990, June 22nd.
Oh, look, you had hair.
I had hair, but see, I didn't do the comb over. You see that? See a horse stuck in the middle of the track. That's still from the Jersey Derby. That was Memorial Day weekend. So this was live at Garden State Race. You see the little bottle of Chianti there?
Oh, yeah.
Remember the ones
wait,
we used to put the can?
What time of day was it?
This was 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. There's John Weber and there's Don Henderson and all the WCAU staff back then. There's the big pot of pasta. I mean, the pasta was made fresh. This wasn't like store-bought, and then we're pouring wine out of a bottle. This was Garden State Park back in 1990 when they still had the horse cheese going there.
Damn, I gotta rip you for the hair, though.
What do you mean? At least I didn't do a stupid comb over with 3 strands going across the top.
That's bad.
Kind of had the Hulk Hogan going, a little bit of a skullet. No?
I had a skullet going on there, yeah. But I mean, that was pretty. I had a nice beard.
You got a full beard.
I had the full beard, no gray hair yet.
But your hair was long in the back.
Yeah, I know. That's when I was on ESPN. I had long hair. When I was on with Stuart Scott and all the people there, that's the same look I had. There's Don Henderson, one of the all-time greats in Philadelphia history.
Wow. Well, we don't need to watch the whole thing.
No, but that's the kind of stuff we were doing in the 90s. And that's why we were the number one morning show in Philadelphia at the time before CBS pulled the plug. And unlike Colbert, when they pulled the plug on us, we had to be removed from the building before noon. All right? Yeah. Colbert's still allowed on the air every night to rip CBS Paramount. And there's no doubt that he wants to be fired and get that check, right?
100%.
I think Colbert wants to continue to do another 10 months, almost a year of the same nonsense every night.
He is trying to get fired so that he will because he's going to get paid his contract.
And he'll be a martyr.
Yeah. And
he'll be a martyr.
100%. 100%.
That's what we want, more martyrs.
Yeah. The best thing about those days, Tony, they had great jingles in them days. That's why I used to love them.
We had jingles. Nobody does. Even with today's technology, it's so easy to make a jingle. You can make videos with Grok and all this other stuff. But we had to send people into a studio to record jingles back then.
Right. Back in the day, there was like a whole choir that had to go, and they had musicians and they had singers and they did a jingle. And this is why there's a whole tie-in, because the person who is filling in for Rich Zioli today is the one and only Mike Opelka.
Mike, I know him.
Yes.
I know him.
And Mike Opelka, recently we have discovered, is a whiz at creating AI-generated songs.
No one has done a better job. And again, he's not as old as I am, but he's not some spring chicken dude. But Mike Opelka, just as I said earlier when we were talking about my career and how when you get, when you go back to the old days and you're talking about what you used to do in radio, and now you're into the digital world and you accept the internet and you accept doing podcasts and you accept the future, AI and things. Mike Opelka is one of those guys, and that's why he's a genius and puts together some of the greatest videos using AI.
He recently wrote an Alcatraz song, which was fantastic. And so because jingles were priced out for the long time.
Yeah, we used to have to pay big money to these companies to produce jingles for AM radio stations and FM, the Bruno in the morning, right?
They had to go through, I think, Dallas. There's a company in Dallas that did all these jingles for 1210 in them days.
Yeah, the company was called PAMS. They had the studio ready, and if you sent them the scripts, they would sing the jingles for every radio station in America if you paid them. But now we don't have to do that anymore.
But that for the longest time, those days went long bye because you couldn't afford to do that anymore.
Exactly.
Radio
You have
stations
to pay these people thousands of dollars.
So why?
Even when I was at ESPN, the Bruno Golick morning show, we had long before Colbert was doing fake backgrounds of gospel dancers who we had to pay to go do vile stuff on the Colbert show, dropping the F-bombs while gospel singers sang in the background. We had gospel singers doing the Bruno Golick morning show jingle on ESPN radio back in 1992. But those days are long gone, and these people are all out of work.
Here is our request to the fabulous Mike Opelka, who now knows, he's such a whiz at this. He should bring back these fabulous jingles that I personally love. I'm sure that I'm not the only one.
Well, Robin, you have, you're a musical theater person and you love singing, and there's all these bad musicals and stuff. And
wouldn't it be awesome for radio stations to have these jingles back again?
Yeah.
And Mike Opelka could make you one. He could make a jingle that sounds like those old school jingles, and they'd be pennies on the dollar now because AI can do them.
Exactly right. Now, I hate to take jobs away from people, but I'm not the one who's doing this. AI is doing it. So blame AI, not Allen Iverson. He was still one of the greatest crossover artists in the history of the NBA.
Now,
Jim?
we want to
Tony,
break.
have a great rest of the summer. Hope we talk again after Labor Day.
We absolutely will, Jim. Thank you so much for having to provide us all these great memories. And the gentleman who was a listener at WCAU who actually videotaped that and sent us the video of the Tony Bruno Spaghetti Breakfast live at Garden State Park back in 1990. Where were you in 1990?
That was the original Garden State Park.
The original Garden State Park, not the mall.
William McGee.
Okay, take care, guys.
Was the videographer.
Thank you, William McGee. Not him and Bobby McGee. He is William McGee, no relation to Bobby.
And when
McGee.
we come back, we're going to go to break. When we come back, the fabulous Mike Opelka.
Mike Opelka's going to join us live?
Yes, he will.
You'd have to pay for this kind of special programming elsewhere, but you're getting it absolutely free right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex.u.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit and keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by the NHTSA.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Back here, and as I do in bars, when you go to a show, see a comedy show or whatever, the 2-drink minimum has been fulfilled here on the Dom Show on a Friday afternoon. Only 2. Know when to say when. I know when to say Michael Pelka because Michael Pelka is locked and loaded. I don't know if he has any quality vodka crayons poured from the greatness that is former bartender in Guam, Miss Robin. But Michael Pelka joins us now as he fills in for Rich Cioli coming up at 3 o'clock.
I hate to say this, Tony. I'm neither high, but I am dry. So it's. I know it's 5 o'clock somewhere, but it's not here in the free speech hut here that we've got in Wilmington, Delaware.
But Nancy Pelosi was all juiced up earlier today when she was talking to the future voters of America. When she was at least a half bottle of Grey Goose in that. Did you hear any of that today? Nancy Pelosi
my God.
talking about future voters.
You can always tell when you look at the hair, because she has she slept on her hair look. Not that I've seen that on her, but I've seen it in other situations. It is kind of
frightening. I've seen it on Robin, but because we sleep in the same bed. But I never have that problem. I haven't had that problem since like 2000.
Tony, I wake up looking like this.
Exactly.
Well, Tony, you suffer from what we call premature cojaculation.
Exactly right, and I'm proud of it. At least when I didn't do that. They showed the clips of me on 1210 WCAU back in 1990 when I had the ball, but I never did the fake comb over. Where you try to pull 3 strands, you put the part down right above your ear, and you pull that whole thing, and then you lacquer it down with Aquanet, and then Aquanet destroyed the ozone layer, so I stopped using it, and I never wanted to do that.
You're a humanitarian.
Thank you. I'm here to save the planet. I'm here to save the planet.
Now, Mike.
Yes.
We have a request of you because
Yes.
it's come to light that people, including myself, love the old school radio jingles that have been priced out of most radio stations' budgets.
Now, you remember that, Mike. You're old enough to remember when everybody had a jingle, WABC, WFIL.
Oh, yeah.
WCAU. We had jingles for everything, but we would have to pay these companies like Pam's in Texas to bring in these great voice talents to do these jingles, and it would cost thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah, you don't have to do that anymore. You can do it for about $50 a month on AI. And you have to be patient. And you write the jingles like, for the podcast. I do a kind of little soft ones, but I'll give you a little sample here. Check this one out.
Oh, let's hear this.
Pure Opelka with Michael Pelka, with Michael Pelka, where the truth has no agenda.
How do you like that?
Wow.
love it.
And now, is that you singing, or is that
No, I
just an
can't
AI
sing.
voice?
No, I just write the lyrics and I give them the style that I want it to come out in. So you can say, it's a little too soft. Make it a little more rock and rolly.
Yeah.
Now, do they have an option to do
Like
like
country,
old school jingles?
Yeah, you can
Is it
do
like
multiple
retro
voices.
stuff?
It takes a little while to nudge them. It's like how to get the right prompt. If you give them the right prompt, you can do stylistically, and to get multiple voices in there, it takes a little bit more nudging, but it can be done. It can be done easily.
So I need to.
I love the
start investing.
stylistics. And you play like Betcha by Golly Wow in a Tony Bruno jingle. Remember the stylistics? I mean, you're not that old enough. But
no, I know. Betcha by Golly Wow, you're the one.
Yeah, exactly right, man.
We can do it close, but you can't. If you mention the artist,
you're in trouble.
They will lock it down and go, no, you can't copy exactly the artist. But you can get you can kind of direct them. And it sometimes it takes 9 or 10 tries to get it right, but it will work.
Wow. The great Mike Opelka. He's coming up, and there's no secret anymore. The Zioli Army is now resting comfortably because they want to know, and it's summer. And you know this, Mike. People in the business who work all year round, and I'm not saying this is like we're digging ditches or looking for Ethereum, and to try to find the next great thing to help America solve the climate crisis, which some people believe and some people don't. But, Rich Cioli takes Fridays off like a lot of people do, man. It's the world we live in.
Yeah, he's like Whoopi Goldberg in that way.
Now, he doesn't go on a 1-month hiatus like The View did, where they brought on today as their final guest before their hiatus. Yes, Fang Banger himself, the great What's his name?
I'll never forget what's his name. Eric Swalwell.
Yeah, Eric Swalwell is the last guest before they go on break on The View. A guy who says we should not allow spies into our country. Talk about irony.
Yeah, he's such a bobo. I wonder if he hired Dianne Feinstein's spy driver after she retired. Because remember, she had a Chinese spy driver.
Yeah.
For
so
years.
He was still getting driven into work, even though when she was dead. They just drove in her corpse in to make sure they got the vote in.
Well, the heaviest, slowest moving metal in the universe is governmentium, and so we have to respect that. It's a brand new element, governmentium.
Now, I was just informed that we have a hard out at 56, so Tony needs to go, and we need to let you prepare for coming up.
I hate hard outs. I like it soft. I like it just like Tina Turner used to say. Sometimes I like it soft.
I thought you were going to say you like to hard in, but that would be wrong. That would be wrong for me to say that.
By the way, we didn't get to our two butt-sniffing stories of the day. The butt-sniffing bandit in L.A., and then a former NBA player caught on camera.
Outrage.
Former Dante Jones caught on camera digging into his butt and then sniffing it and then smearing it on a wall in a hotel room waiting for an elevator. These are the kinds of stories people expect from you today, Michael Pelka.
Once a dookie, always a dookie.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that cheese. We're going to be coming up with a name for the Biden memoir. That's the challenge today. And so far, we already have an early leader. It's called
In the Clubhouse. Which one is it?
Am I Still President?
How about almost being there or never being there?
Well done, Chauncey. Well done.
Remember that movie, Being There?
A great movie.
Yeah. Does he remember even being there?
Hey, Tony, just before we go, we are already being asked to possibly fill in again towards the end of the month of August.
I don't know if I'm available at that particular time.
I have the studio.
I'll check my schedule.
Built in again in the new house.
You should have the studio built in the new Bruno, Paradiso Bruno down
Casa
here in
de
Cape
Bruno.
Coral.
Wow.
Yes, and you're invited. I'm inviting all the 12. We're going to do a 12:10 broadcast live here in Southwest Florida after the hurricane season's over, so nobody gets blown away down here in Southwest Florida. The great Michael Pelka, he's coming in for Rich Cioli. I want to thank everybody who listened for the last 3 days, filling in. It's an honor to fill in for the great Dom Giordano. Have a great weekend, everybody. Be safe out there. Don't drink and drive. Don't text and drive. And God bless America on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's Rich Cioli. I'm joined here today by my